I need 12, 15. Members, please come to the chamber. We need at least 15 or 16 more to make a quorum. We needed more members. Please come to the chamber.
House will come to order. Members, our prayers today will be given by Mike Oliver. He is the pastor at Trinity Baptist Church in Madison, as the guest of Representative Lomax.
I invite you to bow as I offer a prayer. Our God, in your word, you teach us to rejoice in each day and to be glad in it, for you are the giver of all of our days. So today we say thanks to you for this day and for the many blessings you bestow on us. In this 250th year of our nation's founding, we remember that you have been our guide and sustainer all these years. Help us to always look to you as one nation under God. As I pray here in this historic house among distinguished representatives from every county in Alabama, I remember those who have come before us, who have stood in this house, those who loved Alabama and have served her well, those who have worked to make our state a great place to live. We can say thank you because we have seen your hand in our history. I'm also mindful that just 1 week ago today, Artemis II launched from America's shores on a mission to the moon to take humans further than any human has ever gone before. This was accomplished in part through the efforts of Alabamians, some my friends from my home county. People around the world saw this and were amazed and inspired by this endeavor. And I think of all that we can accomplish when we work together. In your hands, our future is bright. This morning, I pray that you will bless our state and its people. I'm grateful to have been born and raised in Alabama and to call it my home. The people of Alabama can be proud to live here where we can work, learn, play, raise our families, enjoy the diversity of neighbors, and excel. We are also aware of the work you call us to do to make our state even better. And while this work belongs to all of us, I offer special thanks for these representatives who have chosen to enter public service. Bless them, O God. Grant them wisdom for discerning the best paths forward among the often difficult options they will face. Help them to continue to build on the strong foundations of our past while looking to the opportunities of the future that you lay before us. Guide them to consensus and unity among themselves and among our citizens so that we may be strong and one. May you, O God, continue to bless each of our leaders, the great state of Alabama, and the United States of America. I humbly offer this prayer in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Members, today's Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Isaac Bullock. He is an eighth grader at Gadsden Middle School, and he is the guest of Representative Butler.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Clerk, call roll.
Mr. Speaker, Albright, Baker, Barnes, Bedsall, Blackshear, Bolton, Boyd, Bracy, Brinyark, Brown, Butler, Carnes, Chestnut, Clark, Klaus, Collins, Calford, Crawford, Crow, Daniels, Datcher, Drummond, DuBose, Easterbrook, Ellis, England, Ensler, Estes, Faulkner, Fiddler, Fincher, Fort, Garrett, Gidley, Gavan, Gibbons, Gray, Hall, Hammett, Harrison, Hassel, Hendricks, Hill, Hulk, Jones, Hollis, Hulsey, Hurst, Ingram, Jackson, Jones, Keel, Kirkland, Lamb, Lands, Lawrence, Lee, Lipscomb, Lomax, Lovern, Marcus, McCampbell, McClammy, Mooney, Moore M, Moore P, Morris, Myrick, Nelson, Oliver, Paramore, Pascal, Pettis, Pringle, Rafferty, Ream, Reynolds, Rigsby, Robbins, Robertson, Ross, Sellers, Sells, Shaver, Shaw, Shireen, Simpson, Smith, Sorrell, Stadhagen, Standridge, Starnes, Stringer, Stubbs, Tillman, Travis, Treadaway, Underwood, Wadsworth, Warren, Witt, Wharton, Wilcox, Wood R, Yarborough.
69 members answer roll. Quorum is present. The House is ready to transact business. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request a leave of absence be granted for absent members.
Any objections? Hearing no objection, absent members are excused. The chair further recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Mr. Speaker, I have a report.
House of Representatives, your Standing Committee on Rules begs leave to report that it has carefully examined the Journal of the House for the 28th legislative day and finds the same to be correct. Signed, Representative Joe Lovern, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the reading of the journal at length for the 28th legislative day be dispensed with.
Any objections? Hearing no objections, reading the journal is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, the Speaker Pro Tem Pringle, for the purpose of making announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget we have a legislative lunch today at noon with Governor Kay Ivey at the Alabama State Capitol, North Terrace. There will be a Sine Die party sponsored by the Honorable Speaker Nathaniel Ledbetter at 5 to 10 p.m. at Montgomery Country Club. I'm sorry. And boy, I'm just messing up this week. And Thursday morning, the Study Alabama is hosting a meet and greet breakfast from 8:30 to 11 in room 418. And I need to remind you, July 31st at 3 p.m. is the date you have to have all your personal possessions out of this building. Do not leave them neatly stacked somewhere. They must be removed completely from the building. Thank you.
Mr. Pro Tem, you're further recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I move that when we adjourn today, we leave the journal open for the clerk to complete his paperwork, and we reconvene on Thursday, April the 9th at 9 a.m.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion prevails. Clerk now receive reports throughout the day of standing committees. Receive those throughout the day. The House is now in position to introduce bills and resolutions.
Senate Joint Resolution number 94 by Senator Allen commending the 2026 Exchange Club of Tuscaloosa Law Enforcement Officer of the Year honorees. Senate Joint Resolution number 103 by Senator Barfoot mourning the death and celebrating the life of Norman Wendell Arnold. Senate Joint Resolution number 110 by Senator Wagner commending William Riley Hawkins Jr. on his retirement from AARP, Alabama. Senate Joint Resolution number 112 by Senator Allen commending the University of Alabama women's wheelchair basketball team for winning the 2026 National Intercollegiate Wheelchair Basketball Tournament Championship. Senate Joint Resolution number 114 by Senator Stewart commending United States Army Reserve retired Brigadier General Vandiver H. Carter on being selected as the 2026 Marion Military Institute Alumnus of the Year. Senate Joint Resolution number 115 by Senator Chambliss commending John R. Cooper for exemplary service to the state of Alabama.
Move adoption.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted.
House Joint Resolution number 326 by Representative Robbins recognizing the need for a north-south transportation route in East Alabama.
Move adoption.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted.
Senate Joint Resolution number 88 by Senator Albritton expressing support for the United States Department of Energy's nuclear life cycle innovation endeavor.
Move adoption.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted.
Senate Joint Resolution number 93 by Senator Weaver establishing the Alabama Rural Emergency Medical Services and Volunteer Fire Department Study Commission.
Move adoption.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted.
Senate Joint Resolution number 102 by Senator Carnley establishing the Alabama Forest Products Retention and Pulp Paper Mill Stability Commission.
Move adoption.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted.
Senate Joint Resolution number 109 by Senator Gudger establishing the Alabama Boating Safety Task Force.
Move adoption.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted.
Senate Joint Resolution number 113 by Senator Allen recognizing the seriousness of the national debt and its threat to national security.
Move adoption.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted. Mr. Clerk, let's go to the local bills.
On page 35 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 376 by Senator Williams relating to Mobile County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 69 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question now is final passage of 376. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 23 ayes, 0 nays. SB 376 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 33 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 379 by Senator Kitchens relating to Madison County.
Question for the body is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 63 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question now is final passage of SB 379. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 14 ayes, 0 nays. SB 379 has passed. Chair recognizes Representative Jackson for a moment of personal privilege.
On the top, before this calendar become adopted here this morning, there are some terrible bills on this calendar. You know, I represent people that makes about $27,000 a year, and SNAP is a way of life for some of those, most of those persons in my district. You know, and there's a bill on the calendar where you're going to take taxes away from those who buy online. My little poor town need a little help. We've added taxes to the internet. Now we're going to take taxes away. I'm trying to figure out where we're trying to go here in Alabama. Do we want to help people, or do we want to keep oppressing them? You know, $184 is not a lot of money. And then you're going to tell a kid he can't eat potato chips and candy. You know, sometimes a piece of candy curtails hunger. I know it's not nutritious, but it keeps one from crying that I'm hungry. I remember going to college, we had popcorn, and what we did, we put a lot of salt in the popcorn, so it made us thirsty, and we drank a lot of water, so we didn't go to bed hungry. We went to bed full because we had eaten popcorn and drank water. That was not nutritious, but it kept away the hunger. Yeah, I grew up in a very poor environment. I'm the only person in my family that had the opportunity to go to college. And I went on student loans and work study. So I understand what is going on when we have a government that care less about poor people. The average person, all we want to do is fund war, kill people, blow them up, build bombs, missiles. We can't take care of child care, which is the greatest resources of our nation. It's our children. Mr. Speaker, we don't prepare a place for them to be successful, we're going to end up like third world. I see it coming. And it's going to happen because
Jackson,
we got too many people
Representative Jackson,
being complicit.
thank you. Your time's up.
I'm coming back. I want to talk on the calendar.
Okay, that's fine.
That's what I really wanted to do. But thank you for
Yes, sir.
acknowledging my light.
Yes, sir. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a resolution.
Clerk, see the resolution.
House Resolution number 348 by the House Rules Committee, the special order calendar.
Move adoption.
Okay, Chair recognizes the gentleman from Clark, Representative Jackson.
Thank you so very kindly, my friend. Mr. Speaker, we are grateful. We're glad to be among those who are trying to pave a way forward while the least of these right here in our little state of Alabama. You know, you can tell a lot about people by how they treat the old folks and how they treat the children. And if I had to give a grade to this legislature, it would be an F minus. Because we're not doing anything for the seniors, nor for the newborns. Now, we say we pro-life, but we take away everything that make life accessible for those that are living in poverty. So I call that hypocrisy. When we say that we pro-life, then we have executions in the state. And then we have bills that come to tell you you can't get candy. You know, can you imagine you going to a convenience store, a grocery store with your little 3 or 4 year old and they see that candy and they, mom, okay, can I get that? Now, can you imagine that, Mr. Chairman? Just let your mind roll for a few moments. I know that didn't happen to you because you had accessible to everything. Whatever you put your hands on, you probably kept. Mama then pap you on the hand, tell you, you can't have that.
I got turned away.
You got turned away.
Yeah.
But see, this in my neighborhood, that's a delicacy. Hershey bar. I'm one of those guys that got them peanuts in it. We just called it butternut back in the day, but I think they're Snickers today. And a Snicker and a glass of water is a meal. Potato chips and a pop is a meal. Growing up in Thomasville back in the early 60s, peanuts and a Pepsi Cola was a meal. So, I know y'all don't get that, do you? You get you some salted peanuts and you get you a soda and you put the peanuts in and you drink and eat the peanuts and man, and see now we got this little thing now that you saying we can't buy peanuts and a little piece of candy and the curtail hunger, and I'm not getting enough in my SNAP benefits to go and buy the real food that needs to be purchased. Only one little meal would take away that entire check. And then we go potato chips. Oh, that's not nutritious. But I heard a man say Golden Flake. You remember back in the day, the great coach over at the University of Alabama, Bear Bryant. He brought, I know you Auburn, man, but he brought Golden Flakes into the nation. And Hayes Davis hot dogs, you know, them sausages. I remember those days. But now, to get a hot dog, now you go pay probably $5 or up. And so now, all we want to do is just have just a few potato chips and a candy bar and a soft drink, so so our children won't go to bed hungry. And tomorrow, you know, when they go to school, they'll get a nutritious meal. But that's being tampered with also. So can you see where we are headed in our nation and our state when we don't want to embrace our youth, make them healthy, keeping them here so they can be productive and bring money to the treasury by being taxpayers. So we're in a situation now where we got to look at those items that we call nutritious. That was one president talked about tomato. Tomato, you know, it's a vegetable or fruit, I don't know, whichever you want, but it's nutritious when you use it, but the ketchup is not. You know, but he wanted to say ketchup was the vegetable. So we know tomatoes are good for you. And if you like hot dogs, I like slaw on my dog. I don't like the ketchup. Give me a little mustard. But we're in a situation now where we're taking money, food out of the mouth of babes. And then you have to ask yourself the question that the Lord asked. When I was hungry, what did you do? When I was sick, what did you do? When I was naked, what did you do? You know, these are the basics of life: shelter, clothing, health, food. I'm going to add to that education. But the Lord asked the question to those religious right back in the day. And you know, and they had to ask the question, Lord, when were you hungry and sick and naked? You know, and the Lord said, as much as you've done unto the least, the children, the poor, those that need it the most, you've done it unto me. And so what we are doing, as I heard Miss Paula White say the other day, that when she walks on the ground, it becomes holy ground. I said, now, that is out of the ordinary. That is a lie. Only God makes things holy. His presence anywhere, it makes things holy. And when we say no to the president, we're saying no to God. Now, that troubles me, Mr. Chairman. Those kind of words, it's blaspheming. That's what it is. The Lord said in the last day He's going to give them a delusion, a reprobated mind. So when they think they want to do right, they can't do right. They're caught up in their own self-righteousness. And they think everybody should acquiesce to what they say rather than doing what the Word say. And so this morning I just had to talk a little bit because we're going to hurt some people in this state. We're going to hurt the people that can't afford to be hurt. We're here to lift the burdens, to prepare a way forward. But what we are doing is just suppressing them and oppressing them, keeping them down, and make them think that it's their fault for them being in that condition. So I'm not very displeased with this. Now we care more about animals than we do people. We're gonna make sure our animals are in air-conditioned places and don't have a leash around their neck. They have them air-conditioned dog houses and warm in the winter and cool in the summer. But our people are dying because we are not protecting them. So I just wanted to share that with you for a little while this morning. I thank the Speaker for giving me this opportunity. I thank you for graciously smiling at me when I say it, but you know what I'm saying is right, and you know it's the truth. Thank you so very much, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Bracy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman here,
Yes, sir.
I have a lot to come back into 10 minutes because I have some issues with a couple of things on the calendar. I do want to give a shout out to Bo. I didn't realize who Bo was until I just started getting flooded with all these emails. The Bo's Law. So shout out to Bo. I wanted to talk about procedure a little bit before we get into the calendar so I can get a better understanding. One of the things that stood out to me last week was when the City of Mobile's bill dealing with our racetrack came up, and we realized that the bill went through the local committee but should have went through a standing committee after it went through the local committee, and that was a learning moment for me.
Sure.
And I was watching the process of the Birmingham mayor compensation bill. And that's something that I was looking at trying to do for next session for, the mayors in my area. Some of the smaller town mayors whose salary just hadn't changed in a long time, to do something to help with the expenses side of the deal. And I noticed that we've done this a few times for like sheriffs and other people within this body. So I was monitoring that bill because I've been talking to one of my mayors back home that's a full-time mayor. She makes $65,000 a year. And I was just trying to figure out what can we do to help in that situation and make that position more appealing. You get better quality candidates. You kind of help with the cost of living of the mayor. So I was monitoring the situation, and I saw that bill had passed the Senate, I guess unanimously. Came down here, and then I think the bill ended up going to Representative Blackshear's committee. After it went to his committee, the bill was voted out. And I know we have some local bills, and we have some local bills general bills with local application. I can remember hearing Representative Demetrius Newton talk about all the time general bills with local application. The bill came out, and it received its second reading. So it received its first reading, went through committee, received its second reading, but then the bill got recommitted back to the local delegation after it had its second reading. How does that happen? Because I need to know the path forward, because I'm going to have very similar legislation moving next year. What happens with that? Do that need to be a deal that I only can deal with my local delegation? Like, what's the deal with that? And once it gets its second reading, can a bill be reappointed back to?
Well,
This kind of helped me understand the
sure,
process.
That would go back to a lot of that would be the speaker's discretion on that when we come to re-referring bills.
Say it one more time.
I think there was a request for it to go back to a local issue. I think it was placed in a committee that was meeting, and I was able to move it forward. And then there was a request for it to come back to the local delegation.
So a request to come back to the local. So even if the bill has received its second reading, it could be requested to go back? Because to me, that's the purpose of committee.
Sure.
Committee is a smaller body of this body that functions very similar to this body. They would do the vetting, and once the bill comes out and get reported, the second reading is when the bills are reported in here, right?
Sure.
So once the bills get reported in here for the second reading, at that point, shouldn't the bill be up for consideration of the full body?
It could still be re-referred to,
Okay.
to another committee, and the meat of work is done in our committee process, and we've had several committees several bills this session that have had multiple committees because it touches so many issues, primarily budget committees. So issues dealing with certain things may have a budget component. So they may go through, let's say, Ag Committee, and then they have a budgetary impact, so they're referred to the Budget Committee. So it's not a deterrent or de facto issue against the bill. It's just part of the process to get a little more eyes, a little more thinking on it, to try to get it before it reaches this floor to get it as good as it can be.
I got you. So how many members would it take to make the request for a bill to go? Because you said it was requested. Like, how does that happen?
I don't think there's a set number. A lot of that would go back to the Speaker's office discretion on that.
Okay.
So I don't
So
think
just
there's
as long
set
as a
number.
person make the request and you feel that it's a legitimate request,
Yeah,
then
it could
you
be
can-
granted, it could be denied. So it could be granted, it could be denied. It'd be
Okay.
by discretion. So
okay, that's understandable. Have we seen? So we've seen multiple situations because I think I know we've had some bill that was in two different committees. I think it was something was in county municipal government. Something I can remember something similar happening. Okay. So that solves that. But let me ask you this then. So when they redirect back, shouldn't the committee meet? Like if it, you know what I'm saying? Because you don't redirect. To me, you don't redirect for something to die.
then you go back to chairman's discretion.
To the chairman of the committee's discretion.
So the chairman sets the agenda, sets the meeting times, and determines when meetings happen or not.
Okay. Now, if the chair decides to not call a meeting, a majority of the members of the delegation could call a meeting, right?
That I'm not sure of. I think
Yeah.
is there a set rule for that? Let me verify. Yeah, I didn't think so. I think it still goes back to the chairman's discretion.
So the chair could just never call a meeting.
You could have 10 members of that committee want to meet, but if the chairman does not, then there'd be the chairman's discretion whether there was a meeting or not.
So a chair can just actually not call a local delegation meeting the entire session?
Sure.
Okay, that sounds like one of the first things we need to change when we come back.
Well, there's a lot of trust in that. You know,
Sound like too much, because even if it's like a 80% deal, like even if we said it to say a certain number of members, you know what I'm saying? Even just like with the contest deal, like how you can override a contest with so many members of a local delegation, you should be able to meet if let's say 80% of your delegation want to meet. I don't think you should be a point where.
Well, I think that's a very important component of that is your local delegations are elected by the delegation, and so putting people that you entrust to use that discretion in a way that would be in the best interest of the people of your of your county.
It seemed like a little bit too much power for one person to just be able to hold up the entire delegation just because they can. It seemed like a lot. It seemed like that's something. I'm going to research that myself because it seemed like we wouldn't have that in place. Not especially if one or two people can contest legislation and you can override the contest, but you can't override calling a meeting of the delegation. To me, that's what you have the vice chair, you have that structure for in the absence of the chair. What does the absence of the chair mean? The absence of the chair could mean not calling a delegation meeting. That's absent. You have urgent business. It doesn't necessarily mean that the person is physically absent, but the person is irresponsibly absent, I guess, when it come down to local legislation. I've learned a lot in the last 2 weeks. That Mobile dog track gambling bill definitely caught me off guard. So thank you for taking the time with me this morning.
Sure.
Thank the gentleman. Question for the body's adoption of the calendar. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? It is adopted. Clerk, call first bill on special order calendar.
On page 28 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 179 by Senator Barfoot relating to the Alabama Uniform Trust Code.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is SB 179. What this bill does, this allows in a trust instrument, it allows a person who sets up that trust to make a withdrawal from that trust, and that's set up in that particular order. What this does, it makes the provisions line up with the Alabama Uniform Trust Code, and the effect of it is this: when you file a 1041 tax return, if you make a distribution from that 1041 income tax return, then the person who receives it has to report that as income. But if it's being done for the purpose of creditors, that it's not required to be put into income based on this bill. And this basically saves taxes for the folks that are doing a distribution just for the purpose of a creditor. And it also allows the trustee that if there are some taxes that are paid, it allows the trustee to distribute the income taxes to that particular settler who has received, who gets a K1 from a 1041.
Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
I always love these bills because I learn something new every time. So I'm matter seeking information.
Okay.
So as you gave, it was hard to hear what this bill really does. You made a statement, I think I heard, as it relates to trustees. What does it do for the trustee?
Well, what it actually does it for the person who sets the trust up.
Also, the organizer or
They call it the settler, the person who put the principal in the trust. When a trust is set up, they have to file a 1041 income tax return.
Right.
You know, individuals do 1040s, trusts do 1041s, and if there's a distribution from that trust, the person who receives that distribution is required to report in income the amount they receive based on whatever the income is in that trust. What this does, sometimes people who set trust up, they can ask for a certain amount, maybe 5% or 10% of the funds, and it would go to creditors.
It would go to where?
It would then go to that person's creditors.
Oh,
and
to
then,
the creditors.
And when
Okay.
they do that, get that distribution, they get a 1041. They get a K1 on the 1041, and it's reported in income. What this does, it
Hold up
says,
just a moment. Let me stop you right there. The creditors then have to file a 1041
no, the trustee actually files a 1041 on behalf of the trust.
of the okay, so where do the creditors come in?
Well, sometimes those trust instruments have provisions that allow the person who sets it up to withdraw 5% or a certain amount from that trust. And when they withdraw that 5% or 10%, that doesn't go to the settler, but actually goes to those creditors under the current law. Some of it is required to be reported as income and to the settler, even though he doesn't get any money in it. And what this does, this allows it to be not classified as income, but basically classified as principal, so it would not be income to to the person who is pulling it out.
And that means that if that is indeed the case, if they don't have to pay taxes or anything like
That's
that.
correct. But it also allows the trustee to pay, if they are required to pay some income tax, it allows the trustee to reimburse the person for the taxes they're having to pay out of that trust.
The organization then makes sure that the individual that may have been impacted and had to pay taxes, that they would reimburse that person.
Yeah, they get reimbursed for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. If there's not any other questions, ask for the BIR.
That is questions, adoption of the BIR. Clerk will lock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 99 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. 1 minute. 1 minute. Let's finish the bill.
Ask for final passage.
That is questions, final passage of 179. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. SB 179 is passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body.
Thank the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from St. Clair, Chairman Hill.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask for leave of the House for the Judiciary Committee to have a brief meeting on one bill. It's SB 319. It deals with the definition of sexual torture.
How about let's doing it, Judge, at say 11:30?
Yes, sir. That's fine with me.
Okay.
11:30?
Yes, sir.
Can I ask my members to meet right back here in this?
At 11:30?
Yes, sir.
right.
Thank you,
All
sir.
right. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Clerk, call next bill.
On page 23 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 361 by Senator Gudger relating to dog tethering.
Representative Inslee, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill coming from the Senate from Senator Gudger provides for reasonable, responsible, and humane conditions for tethering a dog outside. It simply requires access to adequate food, shelter, and water. This bill is about basic common human decency and compassion towards God's creatures. This bill is very narrowly tailored to only apply to companion dogs, so dogs that people have as a pet. To be abundantly clear, this bill has absolutely nothing to do with farm animals or working dogs. They are explicitly exempt. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I ask for the BIR.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Limestone, Chairman Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, of course.
This bill has come a long ways since you brought this to us last year. When we vetted this bill in committee, and how it came out now, it's come a long ways. Some of the issues that our committee brought to the floor on that committee day, you have addressed all those, and we have talked with folks about some of the issues, and this bill has taken in that. I also want to commend you on your continued work on this bill. We have some amendments that are going to clear up some things, but your willingness to work with us on this to make this bill the best it can be. It's not a 100% great bill, but I don't think we pass many that way in this body, but we pass what we think is best for our constituents, and I just want to commend you and thank you for working with us on this bill.
No, and thank you for your leadership and all your work. Again, it's been a lot of input, and no bill is perfect, but we've gotten a really good bill here and appreciate all your help on it.
Good, thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Barber, representing Fort.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about bad bill. This one bad bill here. If y'all will listen at me for a minute. I don't think none of y'all never been on a farm. I think I'm the only one in here who worked on the farm all my life. And I think the man just said the bill ain't perfect. You read it a long way from being perfect. Farmers already catching enough hell, I might say, from the federal government. And a bunch of them is about to go under. Barber County, when I was a young man, they had everybody was farming. Now just a handful of folk farming. One big farm left. Bullock County don't even farm no more. Went out of business. Went out to farming business. And just tell me again what the bill got. You my good friend. My good friend. I ain't speaking against you. I'm speaking against the bill.
All right, so the bill.
Mr. Speaker, I can't hear a word.
Guys, it's awful loud in here today. Let's hold it down if we can, so we
Thank
can
you.
hear what's going on at the mic.
Thank you. Let's hear this about the farmer.
So the bill says that if someone is going to tether their dog, so a dog that is a companion dog, so just a pet dog, if they're going to tether it up outside, it has to have access to adequate food, water, and shelter. The bill has absolutely nothing to do. It explicitly exempts working dogs. So this bill does not affect farmers in any shape or form. I would not bring something that would hurt farmers or affect their work. So this bill absolutely does not deal with working dogs that are helping farmers. So this is not going to hurt them or harm them in any way.
Well, I got to vote against this bill. All my good friends out there in Barber County, Bullock County, and Russell County, they're my good friends. They out there trying to farm for a living. The government is regulation, and now why are we picking at the farmers? They already, well, we talking about farmers. Farmer's a farmer. Were you a dog farmer, a hog farmer, or a cattle farmer? Farmer's farming.
So the bill has nothing to do with farmers at all. And it explicitly says it. So anyone that's saying that is not true. That is misinformation. This bill is about companion dogs, so that people have as a pet. It will not harm farmers in any way whatsoever. I promise you that.
And this, all right, this is what scaring the farmers out there. This bill would provide permanent penalty. Well, that sounds a little better. Took the farmer's dog out of it, but they still scary. You know, and you said on here on the farm, you said violation of this act. This bill would also authorize county and municipal animal control officers to inspect and enforce violation of this act. You're talking about somebody going to jail over dogs.
All right, so
And this what's scaring the farmers out there. If you want to make a farmer mad, you cut his income out from farming, and that's the problem. A lot of them going out of business. They can't afford to farm no more. And you ride out in the country where I come from right now, you see a farmer walking, he got his dog with him. You ride around on the truck, he got his dog with him.
Right, and so again, if a farmer if that is a working dog that's used for farming and agriculture,
tell me what a working dog is.
Nothing to do with
What
it.
is a working dog?
So if the dog is being used for agricultural purposes, so
Mr. Speaker, I can't help what my man's saying over here. Will you please? Will y'all please listen out? Y'all don't care nothing about farmers. I do.
Mr. Forte, the bill again, it has absolutely nothing to do with farmers. It exempts in here, and I'll read the exact language. A dog whose purpose is that in receiving training and conduct that is directly related to the business of shepherding or herding livestock, cultivating agricultural products, hunting, or retrieving. So that would include all the purposes of a farmer using a dog for commercial purposes, for working purposes.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand where you're coming from, but my farmers don't understand that. And that's what they elected me for, to speak up for them. They ain't here. They out the farm. I went by the farm one day this week, over the weekend, Easter weekend, and Monday, we was off Monday. They out there dust everywhere. They getting ready to plant. And they got some expensive equipment, and they don't want nobody coming and telling them what to do. That's you making the farmer mad when you start telling them what to do. The government treating them bad enough. I don't think the state should put no more pressure on them because you're going to send these men and enforce the law. That's a bad bill in my folks, in my district. I come from a poor district. If you've been to Barber County, it's a poor county. If you've been to Bullock County, it's as poor as they get. They don't get no poor in Bullock County. Russell County is a little bit different. They got folk been in Georgia over there, and most of them working over in folk been in Georgia. A lot of them just quit farming. Let's go folk been in a government job and making plenty of money. But I hate to vote against your bill, but I got to vote against this one. But you're still my friend. You're still my good friend. I got to vote against this bill.
You're still my friend, and I would hope that just knowing it doesn't affect farmers at all would make you reconsider. But thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Baldwin, Representative Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. First of all, Representative Mintler, I want to thank you for bringing this bill. I have 2 rescue dogs, one from the North Baldwin Animal Shelter and one from Little Star Chihuahua Rescue here in Montgomery, here in Wetumpka. I don't understand the opposition to this bill. This has nothing to do with farm animals. You've done. I know this is something that you've worked with through the past. This is not something that affects livestock. This is not something that, if you can't treat a dog right, then that shows more to that person as opposed to anything else. I mean, all this says is you've got to provide for it. You've got to be able to provide a shelter for it. And the law enforcement aspect of it is something that's important to me. It's working with the county animal control officers and law enforcement officer to make sure that there's some form of probable cause. They're not just going to walk around and go check and see if there's a dog that's outside, you're getting arrested. That's not how this works. That's not how the criminal process works. That's not how the investigation would work. I think there's a lot of fear-mongering that's being brought up through this process that has absolutely nothing to do with the bill itself. If you look at one of the things that really matter to me are the 4 corners of the bill, what the bill actually says versus what people mention and think about it's talking about. This bill, if you look at what the 4 corners of the bill says in itself, is simply about making sure that you don't mistreat dogs. It's not about livestock. It's not about any other animals. It's saying, how are you going to tether dogs? How are you going to treat dogs? How are you going to have them? And if we can't get behind and support how you treat the dogs, I really am confused by what's going on here. So I'm happy to support your bill, fully in support of your bill, and thank you very much for bringing it.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Gavan.
First of all, I rise to say I wholeheartedly support this bill. Up until a few weeks ago, I was a dog owner. My dog, after about 13 years, passed away, and it was very devastating because he was also a service dog as well, with my mom and others. And I think this is a good bill. I know there are some amendments that are coming that I've had an opportunity to discuss with some of those sponsors of some of the amendments. I think it's a much needed. And listen, what people don't understand, and this is how I look at it, regardless of where the property is, first of all, you ought to have dogs on a leash anyway, number one. That's number one. In many instances, and not everybody that has ingress to egress on property should have dogs that I just don't believe in that. I just think that they should be taken care of. If you have a dog, they should be provided shelter, because over the course of the past few years, there have been so many dog attacks in many different counties where dogs who have not been taken care of, who are allowed to just run at their wild on properties that have gotten away. They create packs and then they run wild. And then you ultimately find people who have been attacked, who have been killed. And the last 2 years, there has been such an increase. I have great respect for the Humane Society in Birmingham. The CEO there does an excellent job. May not always agree on everything, but I do agree with the premise of this bill and what they are trying to do. I think it covers a gamut of things. You deal with the issue of animal cruelty, number one, but also, and people don't understand, when you have situations of animal cruelty, that also can breed all types of disease, infection. It's a whole lot. See, when I stand at this microphone, I do my research. I've spoken with only one person about this bill. Only one. Only one. Because at the end of the day, I'm going to do my own research, and they just basically didn't really get into the weeds of everything that the bill entailed. I had a little familiarity with it last year, but I think that this bill, I don't see where it's hurting certain classes of people. I have an appreciation for it. I'm glad that you're bringing the bill, maybe on the criminal side, and I'll wait to see. I'm always touch and go with that. But to allow for the bill allows for probable cause, and that is always the thing, as I discussed with the bill yesterday, that I look for on anything that is criminal. So at least allow for that and those safeguards. But with the tethering of the dogs and things of that nature, even sometimes when they're in the yard, there needs to be a tether. That's my thought. But again, that's just me. I just think I think that you put in the effort on it, and I have no problem with it. I haven't spoken with anyone from forestry on this bill, but again, I did my own homework. I stand as a strong supporter of it. As a matter of fact, I thought about it. One of my first bills when I came here was I believe that Forever Wild bill. And I stood, whatever I decided to vote on that one, and I think that may have been the last time I spoke with anyone from forestry period in all those years. But either way it goes, do you know some of the changes? Tell me, I do want to go back to one part dealing with the vets. Sure. Explain that portion on the veterinarians, that language.
Yeah, the idea is that at a vet, we don't want to restrict in any way what they're doing in their medical profession. So if they have a situation where they need to temporarily tether up a dog, again, for the purposes of serving that dog, it's just to allow for that. Because this is really focused on people at home that are putting the dog out in the yard.
Yeah, just out in the yards. Yeah, and people, again, don't really understand, and in certain areas, the severity of dogs that are just out there in that setting that run wild, that in the neighborhood that I live, if they see one dog, it's an issue. And especially when, you have folks that have Rottweilers, you have dogs that are the pit bulls and things of that nature. And people have those dogs, some of them as service dogs as well. But I just think it's a good bill. I think that you've taken the time to curate the process. I know I'm hearing about all of the special interests out there. I'm over all of that. The special interest portion of it, they don't support me anyway. So I'm fine with it one way or the other. So I just wanted to let you know that I appreciate you, and hopefully you'll get the votes to get this bill out.
Thank you, and I'm sorry about your dog passing. What was the dog's name?
Axel.
Axel. May Axel rest in peace. Thank you.
Question for the body is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 75 ayes, 19 nays. The BR has been adopted. Representative Ensler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we do have a committee sub. Would you like me to explain those amendments?
Okay, wait just a minute. I got a couple of lights on. Do you want to talk on the committee sub or the bill? Bill? Committee sub or bill? Okay. All right, go ahead and explain your sub.
Sure. So in the sub, it adds an exemption for commercial dog breeders. And then the second amendment on there, and we're going to clean this one up later just to be clear, but it put an or, so it says animal control officer or law enforcement. But I want us to adopt this and then we'll clean that up after.
Okay, you heard the gentleman's explanation of the committee sub.
Wait, move for adoption of the committee sub.
That is questions, adoption of the committee sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 81 ayes, 8 nays. The committee sub has been adopted. Representative Ensler.
Thank you. And we know we have some amendments. I'm okay with bringing those.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Henry, Representative Reen.
Thank you for recognition, Mr. Speaker. President Ensler, I just have a few questions on this because this is not an easy vote for me. On one side, I got to go home to my dogs and my wife and a lot of constituents that, are backing this. But on the other side, I care about our constitutional rights, our property rights, and so I believe these amendments are going to help fix some of these things. One of the questions I had, though, because you talk about animal control officer, what are the requirements of an animal control officer to become one?
So in the bill, a municipality or a county can appoint an animal control officer, so they would have their own definition of what it is. But to be very clear, for this bill and for any bill that we adopt, there has to be a law enforcement officer to enforce any sort of criminal law. So as far as constitutional rights, for an officer to go on someone's property, there has to be probable cause. They have to follow the Constitution, people's constitutional and property rights.
Well, because earlier you said and or, and now we're going to change that to an and, right?
Correct.
So that makes it a little better. I'm very glad we're fighting out ag and farming and all that, but our regular constituents have the same rights, and we need to make sure we're protecting them at all times. So I'm just up here to reinforce the fact that this bill is well intended. Everybody's advocating for it as a good heart, but if we don't make the changes, I won't be able to vote yes. So I'm hoping we can get some changes on it.
Sure, we are. And again, it absolutely complies with constitutional rights, property rights, due process rights, will be in there, and hopefully the amendment addresses your concern.
And I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Ensler, I appreciate the way you've handled this process on this bill, and I tell you, it's been a lot of conversations, a lot of passion, and it should be when it comes to protecting animals. I know animals at my house live like royalty. They live better than me, so I get it. And what your goal is, and what the goal of all of us should be, is to try to address the real bad actors, okay? And where that fine line is between a bad actor and someone doing the best they can versus someone doing the right thing, it's a thin line. And so some protections in there, some ideas of how to look out for protecting people's, not only protecting the animals, but protect people's fundamental constitutional rights, protecting people's property rights. And so it's questions that we should always ask. So I know I appreciate you coming to our district and visiting and having a great conversation about the bill. And I think that with that, you've moved this process along. We've had contact from a lot of people that are very passionate about it, and they should be. Some of the contact is appreciated, some was not appreciated, and I certainly know you wouldn't want the way some of those people have communicated as well. But just the fundamentals of it, we've talked through some things of how to make this bill better. I know Chairman Crawford worked in the Ag Committee to look out for those that may be concerned about issues from the ag community and those different things. We've identified some things and worked with you and would like to offer an amendment that I hope you'll see as a friendly amendment.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment to Senate Bill number 361 by Representative Lovern.
Chairman Lovern, you care to explain your amendment, please?
Yes, sir. Once she gives it back to me. Okay. On line 60 through 64 on page 3, replace for the following: the dog has continuous access at all times. On line 67 on page 3, with the following: enclosure does not allow the dog to leave the. Then replace line 85 on page 4 with the following: any temporary circumstance during which tethering, which it said an emergency situation, it just changed it to temporary. It may not be emergency, but it may be, I need to go attend to my children for a second. I need to tie this dog up while I go do that. So it wasn't necessarily an emergency, it's just temporary. And then we talked about defining what a commercial dog breeder is. And so replacing line 89 on page 4 with the following: a commercial dog breeder licensed by the United States Department of Ag as a Class A dealer pursuant to the Animal Welfare Act, 7 U.S.C. 2131, etc. Place lines 129 through 30 with act as occurred. A certified law enforcement officer, including those serving as animal control officers, may do either of the following. Because my concern is there may be some people that are trying to enforce, trying to look out for these animals, but they may not have the legal training and legal knowledge to be able to enter this property, to be able to interact with exactly what those. So I'd like to really clarify what that is, using and working in coordination with law enforcement. And replace line 146 through 147 on page 6 with the following: dog and be guilty of a Class A misdemeanor. Nothing in this act shall be construed to limit the authority of any law enforcement officer or animal control officer to enforce applicable animal cruelty or neglect laws. This shall become effective on October under Section 8. And the basic summary of the amendments, most of you may understand, but just review it, deletes redundant language. It already requires what materials should be in there. As far as fully fenced, there's no need to get into what materials would you. I know we're going to send people out there that are looking for the enforcement on the animal. They're not structural engineers, so we don't need to be in an argument of what that material is. Makes clear that you can temporarily tether a dog. Clarifies that an animal control officer has to work with a certified law enforcement, and defines what a commercial dog breeder according to the USDA. And with that, that's the amendment.
Yeah, this is a friendly amendment.
Okay, you heard the gentleman's explanation of the amendment. The sponsor sees it as a friendly amendment. Have I got anybody that wants to speak on the amendment? If I do, raise your hand, please. Oh, yeah, I see Ms. Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for being able to see me. I appreciate it. On, I think it's page 5, lines 28, 29, and 30. When you talk about the certified law enforcement officer, are you talking about certified based on
A-post certification.
APO certification. So you're not just talking about somebody coming from an agency or something without those certifications.
Right, and they can be there, and they just have to coordinate with and work with a law enforcement officer, not only to protect the property owner, but to protect, and the dog owner, but to protect the legal process, because if there is an infraction, just to make sure that there's no breakdown in that process for the legal process. So it should help everyone involved.
So beyond say in the city of Huntsville, they have an animal control department, and those individuals would be certified.
Some cities have them that are A-post certified, some may not. I know in Auburn, I'm not sure if we have any that are A-post or not, but we may. I know the counties that do this, sometimes you may have a deputy sheriff that rolls into that role that may have the A-post certification, but this just makes sure that they will at least coordinate with working with someone that is certified and knows the laws of entry, the laws of how to handle, how to document, and make sure if there is a case against this person, that it's just built in the proper way.
And then on page 4, line 85, when you talk about temporary circumstances, what do you consider
Well,
temporary, and how would they determine that?
I'll just use my own personal example. We've
Sure.
always had dogs. Fortunately, my best dog I ever had just passed away this fall with cancer. But if I've had children and I'm tied up for a minute myself trying to handle the kids, I may need to temporarily restrain my dog if all I got's a tether just to handle something. It's not an emergency, but it's just temporary.
Okay,
So,
that makes sense. And then 29 through, I just did that. So what was redundant? What did you consider redundant in this bill?
the bill that enclosure to be secured and fully fenced, that it got into said appropriate material or I forget the exact word, but you can argue what that appropriate material is. We're all wanting the dog to be sheltered and warmed and have a dry place. It's just there may be some disagreement on what that material is. And like I was saying, we're not sending a structural engineer out there. It's just, it just would come back. We try to remove opinion and make it clear as possible on any laws that we do. And that's all my intent was on that language.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Ringo, Representative McCampbell, speaking on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Gentleman, yield.
Yes, sir.
Okay, on your amendment, I'm trying to get an idea of how would the process go in terms of someone actually seeing a dog out there that, may be unsheltered or whatever. Because my worry is this. I live in a rural area, and I've got a lot of country folks. But I also don't have animal, control officers. We don't have animal control officers. I'm just trying to see how is this process going to operate and work. Because if you come on someone's property and you actually start messing with their dogs, in the country, that's grounds that say something needs to happen to you. So how are we going to make sure this is understood out in a rural area and enforced in a rural area in such a way that we aren't going to have someone facing a murder charge because of this situation?
I share your concern on many issues. That's why I've worked with a sponsor to really try to find some ways to clarify where that line is, where we we all can agree we want to address the bad actors. We all want the basics of treatment for all animals.
Right.
And where that line is versus my property and I'm in violation of some law or I'm treating somebody or some animal wrong, I want us to just really think about where that line is. And so the amendment portion with it has to be a law enforcement official coordination or a law enforcement certified person. You're a former police officer.
Yeah.
There's continuing education, so updates on the laws, updates on things that we know will be done when it comes down to the due process, so that's dressed accordingly, not only to help out with the best for that animal, but for the rights of the dog owner, the rights of the property owner. And, you know, you get into all types of issues where it could be a rental property. So what is the the property owner's responsibility if an incident happens on the property? What is the tenant's rights versus what does the authority have as far as the rights to enforce the best treatment for that animal? So hopefully this will help clarify some of that language.
So this amendment then hopefully is going to be clarification
I
for
hope
some
so.
of those issues.
Well, you have to have some judicial discretion. You have to have some legal discretion. I understand that, but we need to make sure the goalpost is staying where it's at when we're talking about laws we pass as closely as we can when it comes to that thin line, as I said earlier, that divides where protecting that animal versus the rights of the property owner. So,
And that then is, hopefully that amendment will, you know, help this issue. But I'm still afraid that we're going to have, for lack of a better term, some Barney Fife out in my area that, you know, say, well, I have, you know, I'm the control officer and I can do this or I can do that. And we're going to have a murder case that we're going to have to be dealing with. Because property rights and infringing upon one's property rights, that's a very serious issue out in the rural area. And so I hope your amendment will make this a little bit more, make it clearer.
Sure.
And, I think it's going to have to be communicated in the training of those that would do this, you know, that training is going to have to be spot on. It can't be, you know, a lack of training and we have something more serious to deal with.
well, the fact of the matter is we have to make sure that we are showing discretion for all sides of the issue and make sure not only are law enforcement educated, but people that have animals. You know, I grew up in a rural area, had two dogs that spent their nights on a chain by a tree, and their days running around the farm with me. And those were the happiest dogs. I was the happiest little boy, but that would be a violation now under this law potentially. And so we want to make sure that people looking to enforce this are doing it the correct way, and we're giving them the right tools and the gateway and instructions to do it based on the laws we passed. And that property owner out there that's living their life, that's not necessarily a bad actor, but may be in violation based on this law unintentionally.
Right.
And it maybe through some education, maybe through some awareness, we'll get where it'll get the impact of improving the life for the animals as well.
Well, you know, when you talk about dogs that you've had, we had a dog when I was growing up. We had a pen that we kept the dog in. We couldn't keep that dog in that pen. It found a way out, but the problem was it was a vicious dog. So in order to protect the public, we had to tether or chain that dog inside of a fence, you know, and those kind of things happen. And when that happens, it's more of a public safety issue rather than, someone trying to be a bad actor one way or the other regarding the humane treatment of their animal. So I appreciate it.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The question for the body now is the adoption of the floor amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 98 ayes, 1 nay. The floor amendment has been adopted.
Great. Thank you. I move for final passage.
Okay. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Brignard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment to Senate Bill number 361 by Representative Brinyard.
Representative Brignard, you care to explain your amendment, please?
My amendment just simply changes it from a Class A misdemeanor to a Class C misdemeanor. I love dogs, but I love people too. Class A can be up to a year and up to $6,000. A Class C limits it to 90 days of imprisonment and a $500 fine. I think with this being a new law, this might catch some people off guard, and I think this is a better way to start it.
I have not seen the amendment. I wish maybe we talked about it earlier, so I'll move to table this as an unfriendly amendment.
Okay, you heard the gentleman's explanation of his amendment. The sponsor wishes to table the amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 93 nays, 5 ayes.
That's a lot of red.
Let's see if we can take a picture of that before it goes down. Let me say I don't know who's going to win the Stroud Award, but I know who's in the running. Thank you.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Covington. Okay, my bad. That was kind of a unique situation. So we've got to adopt the amendment now. So
Thank you.
yeah. Clerk.
So I'd ask for a vote on the amendment.
Does anybody I've got some lights on. Does anybody want to talk on this particular amendment? Is any of the 5 that voted yes? We'll talk on this amendment. Let me say. I think not. I'm Okay. I think we're ready.
All right, I would ask for a vote on the amendment.
Okay, if you're for the amendment, you will vote yes. If you're opposed to the amendment, you'll vote no.
So all that red should go green.
Yeah, you hope. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote.
Thank you, members.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded vote, 101 ayes, 1 nay. The amendment has been adopted.
We have one other amendment.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Madison, Representative Rigsby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. I appreciate you, Representative Ensler, bringing this piece of legislation. I think the intent has been well stated today. And so I've got an amendment of clarification that I'd like to submit.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment to Senate Bill number 361 by Representative Rigsby.
All right, this is a clarification. What it does on line 59, currently it says, well, that's my copy. Hold on, let me read it, and then I'll give it to you. Yeah, you look over. On line 59, what it currently says right now is that the dog must have adequate space for the dog to run. And this would replace it would say adequate space for the dog to freely move around. If I had a dog in a kennel that was 8 by 8, even on a temporary basis, and it was a Labrador, that dog does not have free space to run in that kennel. But he does have, or she has, free space to move around. So it would replace that line. And then on page 98, where it defines 4 walls, a roof, and a floor, it would replace it to read, is fully enclosed with an adequate opening for egress and ingress. So if a person wanted to use one of the temporary igloos, it's adequate enclosure, but it is not a square. So it doesn't have 4 walls. It does not have a ceiling, but it does have, well, I guess it would have a ceiling, kind of. But it would be an adequate enclosure. So that's the 2 things that this amendment does. And you can look at it.
Right now, the bill does not require 4 walls. So if it's a structure that has a roof, sides, and the floor, that would be adequate. So it could be open. You know, it has to be open on one side so the dog could get in or out. So like an igloo.
So would you consider an igloo having walls, or is it a single entity? Could that be construed?
That would, as long as the dog can move around in it, that would be fine under the bill.
Okay. Is that on line 98, just to make sure? Because I don't have a copy. I think that's right. Just wanted to make it very clear that any type of enclosure that had adequate access and ingress and egress could be used, and it would not be construed as a dog house or traditional dog house that had walls and a roof and a ceiling, that this would allow for a more broader interpretation of an adequate enclosure.
Yeah, so we still would need the word a solid floor in there. So if you were to change this to just add in that it has solid floor, then this would be a friendly amendment.
Okay, let me see if I can fix that real quick. Thank you.
Okay, I'll bring you back up, Philip. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Washington, Representative Easterbrook.
Got it.
For the recognition, Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
What is the possible jail time now in this bill?
Sorry, say that again.
What is the possible jail time?
So we just adopted an amendment, so it would be a Class C, but the real world application of it, and this lays it out in here, is that animal control officer or law enforcement, they can go ahead and tell someone to change the condition, so to provide food, provide water, provide shelter. If they come back and that hasn't happened, they could seize the dog, and at that point still then have the discretion whether to charge someone for violating it.
But there's a possibility of jail time.
We'd have to check with one of the lawyers, but under a Class C, I mean, it possible, but not a lot of jail time.
I think it is ridiculous that in this, with all the crime that we have on the human side, here we are talking about putting people in jail over a damn dog. It's ludicrous to me. And the idea that they have to have a wooden floor. What, we're gonna build condominiums for dogs now? This to me is not something that I can be in favor of. When you come to rural Alabama, people got dogs on chains all the time. Dogs in their natural are in the wild. They don't have a roof over their head. So why should these be required to have a roof over their head? Most of them do, but most of them have a 55-gallon drum with hay in it, which is better than a barn with a floor in it anyway. But that wouldn't pass. You'd have some little animal control officer wanting to write ticket and send somebody to jail for having a 55-gallon drum with hay in it for them to get in. And this idea that the food bowl has to be full all the time. Well, I've got dogs. I fill the bowl every morning and every night. But in the middle of the day, it's empty. So
Yeah, so the bill doesn't say that it has to always be full. It says that as long as you have fed the dog adequately based off of that dog, what you know to be the food that they need to get fed throughout the day. So if you're tethering them up outside, then you need to, it would say you would have to leave enough food for them to eat that day.
that's what if they're tied up outside, there has to be food there. Well, what if they're tied up outside overnight or all day? If they're tied up outside, mine are tied up outside. I put food there in the morning, put food there in the evening.
So just to be clear, the definition in the bill, it says food that is offered in suitable intervals and in sufficient amounts to prevent starvation or significant risk to the dog's health. So if you feed your dog what it needs, its nutritional intake for the day, if you feed it in the morning, and that would be adequate under this bill. So we're not saying you have to have food in the bowl all day long, even if you're gone for hours. As long as that dog is fed an adequate amount, then it's satisfied under this bill.
I just think the animal rights side of it is, I mean, the idea that we're going to send somebody to jail because the officer didn't like the way that he was had his dog tethered, to me, it's gotten way out of hand. Thank you.
And
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Covington, Representative Hammett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a floor amendment.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment to Senate Bill number 361 by Representative Hammett.
Representative Hammett.
It's just replace lines 146 through 147. It says this act shall supersede and preempt any ordinance, resolution, rule, or regulation adopted by a county, municipality, or other political subdivision of this state. It just repeals any local laws related to tethering and tying animals and says state law supersedes it.
You heard the gentleman's explanation of the amendment.
We do not want to take away the authority of municipalities or counties to enact their local laws, so this would be an unfriendly amendment. We need to let cities and counties, those elected county commissioners, those elected city councilors decide what they want to enact as far as local ordinances, so this would be an unfriendly amendment.
You heard the gentleman's explanation of the amendment and the sponsor's wishes. Anybody want to speak on the amendment? Okay. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van.
Are we trying to take away home rule from Up County?
It's just
or-
saying, however form this bill passes, that's the law. I mean, and the state supersedes the local counties and municipalities.
Oh, yeah, yeah, okay, I see. Yeah, that would be that's almost taking away their home rule on this particular issue. Did you talk with anyone from the County Commission Association or anyone on that from,
No, this is just
or
something
the
I came up with.
League of Municipalities?
I haven't.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. All right, thanks.
Mr. Speaker, I
Okay.
would move to table the amendment.
Okay, you've heard the gentleman's explanation. He wishes to table the amendment. If you wish to table the amendment, your vote
And
will be,
I would ask to vote yes to table the amendment.
the vote will be yes. If you don't want to table it, it's no. Clerk will lock the machine, the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 56 ayes, 42 nays. The amendment has been tabled.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the gentleman. Clerk call Nick, let's see. No, we're not there yet. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Madison, Representative Rigsby.
All right. Thank you for your patience, Mr. Speaker, and acknowledging me again. Before we get to that, I do have a couple of questions that I didn't ask before. How do you define adequate in this bill when you talk about adequate food, adequate water? How will that be defined by the either law enforcement officer or the animal control officer?
So it's different for every dog, and so instead of putting any very specific requirements, we couldn't say exactly how much water, how much food for every dog. We certainly didn't want to be too rigid in that sense. So that we have the definitions of adequate. Happy to read them if you'd like.
Well, no, I got it. I mean, I guess there's so many scenarios in this bill, right? I mean, there's just, if a law enforcement officer shows up at my home, it's middle of the day. My neighbor called because, they see my dog on a tethering system during the day, and they show up and the dog has already eaten all the food and drank all the water. They would deem that probably as inadequate food and inadequate water at the time that they investigated, right? So they come out, they talk to me and say, hey, we showed up, your dog didn't have food or water. We're going to come back and make sure that that's not the case. Well, they come back in the middle of the day, a week later, the dog has already still eaten all the food, drank all the water, and they say, hey, that's Mr. Rigsby, that's 2 times that we've showed up and your dog does not have food or water. They're appropriately tethered, but you're in violation of this because your dog no longer had adequate food or water. At which point they issue me a citation, which is now going to be a Class C misdemeanor because in their investigation, there was not adequate food and water at the time that they showed up. Does not mean my dog was not well taken care of. Does not mean that the animal is being abused in any way, shape, or form. But because of the timing of this, I will now be charged, and now the burden of proof is on me to go prove that my dog is well taken care of. Is that a potential scenario here?
So the animal control officer investigating, or certainly law enforcement investigating, would ask those kinds of questions, and they're not looking to throw people in jail. They're not going out there trying to do that. They will, if there's a reasonable explanation and you explain that. I mean, they're not there to try to just lock people up. They want to work with you. So that would be, I think, a very extreme example.
Sure. I mean, absolutely. I agree that's probably not going to be the norm of the visits that they're going to make. But when this law passes, there will be an increased tick in phone calls from people calling because of the dog that they see next door, in their opinion, is not well taken care of. And so I do believe there could be scenarios where this is an issue just based off of timing. When the law enforcement or the animal control officer shows up, there could be issues with just timing. If a law enforcement officer shows up and my dog's in a kennel in the backyard and my neighbor has complained, that dog's been in the kennel for 14 days straight, and they show up and they're in the kennel, and then they show up again and they're still in the kennel, but I let them out several times a day. They run the yard, we play Frisbee, we throw ball, but every time that dog they show up is kenneled, that potentially can be an issue. And I understand that that is an extreme example, but there is a potential that that could happen. And so that is a little bit concerning.
Yeah, and the animal control officers, I mean, this is what they're trained in. They spend their days doing it. They would look for signs of exhaustion. They would look for signs of, is the dog dehydrated? So they see that, and they know what to look for. So in that kind of situation, if the dog has been fed in the morning or it drank all its water and they come by and they see that the dog is fine, they identify those things.
But at the letter of the law, the way this is written, I would be non-compliant with this piece of legislation if they show up multiple times and there's no food and no water.
No, because it doesn't say that there has to always be water and food present and out there. It just says that you have to provide the food in suitable intervals. So even if it is, look, a lot of people feed their dog first thing in the morning, maybe later on at night. So as long as those intervals are happening, and that's where the animal control officer would ask those kinds of questions. So there's nothing that says if there is an empty bowl or empty, food bowl that you're automatically charged. That's certainly not in the bill.
So on line 64, under number 3, it says the dog has continuous access at all times to adequate food, adequate water, and shelter as described in section 3. So according to this piece of legislation, it says adequate food, adequate water is defined there in number 1 and number 2 at all times, which means if they show up and there's an empty bowl, there is not access to adequate food and adequate water.
So based off the definition of adequate food and water, it is not always, it says in intervals. So it's saying that those things have to be present at all times, but meaning the bowls for food and water, but fed or given to in those regular intervals.
All right, thank you. At this time, I'll offer the amendment that I brought earlier with the line that the only thing that was added was has a solid floor as requested.
Okay, you've heard the gentleman's explanation of his amendment. How does the sponsor see the amendment?
Thank you for working with me on this. It's a friendly amendment, and I move that we adopt it.
Okay, you heard the gentleman's explanation of the amendment. The sponsor wishes to adopt the amendment. If you're for the amendment, your vote will be yes. Clerk will unlock machine and the members will vote.
Look at all that green.
Clerk will lock machine, record the vote. 101 ayes, 1 nay. The amendment has been adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Representative. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lover.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Ensler, I appreciate this conversation. I hope it's working to really make this bill where it'll make an impact, which is your goal. But in a way that we all can feel mostly comfortable with. One question I asked was, when there's probable cause, there's certainly actions can be taken, and that was my encouragement with the law enforcement, making sure that's involved. I know with my career in the fire service, if I had a report of a smoke in the area or a problem in a house, if I see a problem, I'm welcome to break down the door, break out a window. But if I don't see, smell, or feel a problem, then we can delay and wait until it's sorted out. So there's no probable cause, if you will, in that action. So if there is a report, but no probable cause by that law enforcement, for them to be able to go to the next level and enter a property of that property owner or dog owner, then I think we need to make sure and define what that process is from there, because you don't want people climbing a fence or doing something without seeing something. If they do see a dog in danger, absolutely, they have probable cause to take action. But if there's just a report or an accusation, I fear we may put our law enforcement people in harm's way if they're not following the proper procedures to access property, especially in our rural areas of our state. And it's where people are very defensive of their property, and rightfully so. I can understand it. And so with that, I'd like to offer an amendment to where if there's to clarify if there is no defined probable cause, that they would need to go through the process of obtaining a warrant. And with that, I'd like to offer that.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment to Senate Bill number 361 by Representative Lovern.
Okay, the sponsor has heard the explanation of the amendment. How do you receive the amendment?
Great. Thank you, Chairman Lovern, for working on this, and it is a friendly amendment, and I move that we adopt it and ask members to vote yes to adopt it.
Okay, you've heard the gentleman's explanation of the amendment. Sponsor wishes to adopt the amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine, and then members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. The floor amendment has been adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members.
Thank the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Henry, Representative Ream.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Representative Ensler, thank you for allowing us to bring these amendments and help you make a better bill. I've got to go home to Boomer, and Boomer's sitting at home waiting. Matter of fact, Boomer's on the way up. My wife is bringing her up right now. I want to just make sure that I state this, that nobody in this room or anybody advocating on one way or another on this bill wants animal cruelty. I mean, what you're doing and the intent is pure, and I want to be very supportive. As I have mentioned before, we do have to balance that with our constitutional rights, our property rights, and that's why this is so difficult. So I do have one amendment I'd like to offer.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment to Senate Bill number 361 by Representative Ream.
What this amendment does is just backs up what Chairman Lovren just did. And what it does is just requires, if you're going to remove the animal, the dog, that you have to have a warrant to come in and actually take the possession of the dog.
So under the U.S. Constitution, of course, in order to remove property, so to remove someone's dog, there has to be probable cause. If there's a situation where a dog's life is in danger and then a law enforcement officer has to go to a magistrate and get a warrant, that can be a matter of life or death for that dog. So again, the U.S. constitutional rights are 1,000% there. They have to be adhered to, but this can literally mean that a dog could die because within that time of having to go to a magistrate, get a warrant. So I would move to table this amendment as unfriendly and ask that you vote yes to table it.
Okay, you heard the gentleman's explanation of the amendment. The sponsor wishes to table it. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. So I think we're messed. It's yes to table. Yes to table. Now let's clear the board. Clear the board. I think there's some confusion on where we're at. So the sponsor wishes to table. If you wish to table, your vote will be yes.
Correct.
If you do not wish to table, your vote will be no.
And I want to be clear, if you vote no, this could be the matter of a dog dying because someone has to go to a magistrate to get a warrant. And the constitutional rights are already there. They cannot be violated.
Okay. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk,
Hold on.
clerk will lock the machine, record.
Lock it.
Lock it. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 48 yeas, 50 nays. Amendment has been adopted. Tabled, I'm sorry. Question now is to adopt the amendment.
Yes.
If you want to adopt the amendment, your vote will be yes. If not, your vote will be no.
I'm going to repeat it just one more time so we're all clear. The United States Constitution, if someone is going to go on property and seize it, they have to be in compliance with the Constitution. And this can be dogs will die because of this. And I've not been this passionate about any other amendment, but in those matter of minutes or even hours to get a magistrate to issue a warrant, a dog can die. So if people want to vote for that, we're saying that everyone here cares about animal cruelty. So I would say we vote no on the amendment.
Okay, this is a debatable motion. So we've got some people that want to talk to you evidently. So let's see where we're at. Representative Ream, did you want to say anything before we?
I'm sorry, say again.
You want to say anything before we bring anybody up?
I would just like to say they have, there's extension, there are circumstances in which the Supreme Court has allowed officers to make those exceptions for their life. You know, the same thing for humans. What you're telling me is that right now there are exceptions. They can kick down your door and come into your house with those exceptions you described, but they can't do that for an animal?
Okay,
Is that what you're saying?
okay. Look, we've got other people who wants to talk about it. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Baldwin, Representative Simpson.
Yeah, thank you. Okay.
Do you have a copy of your amendment?
He's got one over there.
Okay. All right. So what you're proposing and what you're saying is that, let's say, and I don't want to get in the debate that y'all just had because I think both of y'all were wrong.
Well, I'm glad you're here then.
What you're saying is an officer would come, an officer would say that there's probable cause. Let's say that there's a dog out there, there's an issue, like the dog is under some form of medical issue with the dog, from being malnourished, from not having anything to this. You're saying that the officer would have to go back to the magistrate to get a warrant to come back and protect that dog. Now, let's say something happens at night. Let's say it's after 5. Let's say anything happens. There is, I don't want to get lost in what Representative Ensler was trying to say, but there are exceptions to a warrant that are permissible. Like the police officers would have exceptions to a warrant under normal circumstances. Under this amendment, those police officers would no longer have exceptions to that warrant because your amendment would say they have to have the warrant to come in and go through this. So you're eliminating those exceptions that come through. So this goes back to if there is a significant medical issue with that dog, you would prohibit the police or law enforcement or the officers or anybody that's trying to get that dog help. This would prohibit that from happening until they get with a magistrate from a warrant.
My question is, if there is a similar situation with human beings, there are those exceptions in which they can kick down your door and either save a life or, to respond to those exceptions. Why are you saying that the same exceptions won't apply here?
Because this specifically says upon attaining a warrant. So you're not putting the exceptions that would be there for the cause of a life if there's something going through that perspective. This amendment would take those exceptions out of it and saying the dogs don't get that same prohibition.
My response to that is, in these situations, when is there a time in which there is where the dog needs CPR or first aid immediately? I mean, that's not what we're talking about with this bill.
I like you. I respect you. Have you ever spent a summer in Alabama heat?
Oh, yes.
You don't know of a dog being dehydrated and not having access to water, a daughter. If you've never seen a dog that's on its dying bed, I'm glad you've never seen that, but you can see that and see that a dog is dehydrated, a dog has gone through this, and to say, you can't get my dog water because you don't have a warrant. Now, part of the process of this, and we've worked with some other people to try to have the discussions to come through here, is, okay, there's the application to be able to say, all right, let's see if the process can work through of warnings. Let's see what we can do to not have to have the conviction on the record to go through this. But if you're putting this here to say you can't enter the property without a specific warrant for this issue, that poses a large problem from that.
The amendment that Chairman Levin put on, that one gave the leeway where you didn't need to have the warrant.
That put stuff in there to have some certain things to go through all this. I'm not opposed to Chairman Lee's point, but I'm talking about your specific amendment would say you have to. I mean, it's clear upon obtaining a warrant of a competent jurisdiction to remove a dog from its present location, you would not allow them to do anything with that dog unless they have a warrant. Some jurisdictions, they have immediate access to where they can have a magistrate and they can have them overnight. They can get them very quickly. Some, it may take a few days. What if this is on a Friday at 5 p.m.? Let's say at 5:05 p.m., that they see something that happens through this, there's nothing that they can do until Monday to get through.
What I'm trying to prevent is somebody taking somebody's property, coming on the property, taking the dog without a warrant. So I'm going to ask for a vote on it and see what the members say.
That's fair.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Tuscaloosa, resident of England.
Okay. Yeah, will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Again, with the language you have here on this amendment, what exactly do you think you're accomplishing with it? Because what is your point?
All right. So what I'm envisioning is there's an animal that's tethered or in the opinion of a police officer needs to be confiscated, is that they at least get a warrant to do that prior to.
And it's tethered, right?
Well, it could be a number of situations.
But the dog is outside.
Yes.
Correct?
Mhm.
And it's visible to anybody that passes by, right?
Well, I would imagine so. Otherwise, it wouldn't have come to their attention.
Okay. And if the dog itself is in a condition where we believe that it's in danger because of the way that it's tethered, you want that officer to then go and seek an actual warrant to seize the dog?
Yes.
Well, that's not how, that's really not how the criminal justice system works overall. There are already warrantless exceptions, right? Those warrantless exceptions include life, but not the protection of property.
So why wouldn't that apply here?
Because the way it works is it's for the protection of for life, right?
Right.
So when we did the same sort of bill for dogs in cars, we had to create an exception. So when you broke out a window to save a dog, you wouldn't be liable if you did so, right?
Right.
And the reason that we carve out those exceptions is because there are already exceptions in the law, as Representative Simpson pointed out, that allow police officers to do things without warrants. In order to seize property in this situation that we're creating through this legislation,
right.
What you're asking is unnecessary, because in order to seize property, they would have to have that anyway. We're not talking about life. We're talking about property. What you're doing is actually eliminating all the other law enforcement exceptions that they have in order to act, because you're narrowing it specifically to this specific situation. So, I mean, the way that it's worded would actually prevent them from doing a large number of things that the law already allows them to do. So it's actually working against the intent of the bill, the intent of the legislation, and it's actually going to make it quite difficult to enforce it.
Yeah. My intent is not to make it where that we're not saving animals or. Give me a second. I want to look at the last amendment.
Okay.
Make sure if that one no.
Because
The issue I have here is, so the last amendment was, nothing in this act shall prevent or limit a law enforcement officer from seeking a warrant to enter private property. I believe a change of this amendment would be required. So, Mr. Speaker.
but hold on. I just want to read something.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
It says, nothing in this act shall prevent or limit a law enforcement officer from seeking a warrant to enter private property to enforce this act. Your amendment says, upon obtaining a warrant from a court of competent jurisdiction, remove a dog from its present location if he or she. You're saying the exact same thing. His amendment requires it. All he's saying is that nothing in the act shall limit it, but it doesn't take away the requirement to get it.
Yes, so that was my concern with bringing this. So if that's meeting the requirement where they have to get a warrant, I do not want to prevent anybody from saving an animal that is
Well, that's
in
what you're doing.
distress. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
not my intent.
So his language, as it reads, says nothing in this act shall prevent a law enforcement officer from seeking a warrant, which means he has to get it. You don't need to say he has to get it if his amendment
I
already
think there was
says
a
he has to.
misunderstanding on that wording, and I believe you cleared it up.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to withdraw the amendment.
So moved. It's been withdrawn.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Lady from Chambers, Ms. Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Just a quick question for clarification. Does your bill, is it going to mandate that counties and cities adopt ordinances if they already don't have those in place?
No, not at all.
Will it require for there to be animal control officers hired through our cities or counties?
No, a city or county may appoint, so it's up to them if they want to do it.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair thanks the lady. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Marshall, Representative Colvin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Enzo, I got to say I admire you for carrying this piece of legislation. You and I had talked, was it last session or 2 sessions ago, we both had a dog bill, and I learned very quickly, out of all the bills we debate in this body, none of them are as emotional as one that deals with people's pets. I was unsuccessful with that bill, so I admire you for carrying forward this year with this. You know I have 2 dogs. We've talked about that. I love them to death. I did have a question before I offer an amendment. So let's say if I walk my dogs downtown a lot, and if I bend over to tie my shoe, if I tie them like to a pole real quick, that's not, we're good.
Not at all. You can absolutely do that.
Okay, good. So, so I have an amendment I'd like to offer, Mr. Speaker.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment to Senate Bill number 361 by Representative Colvin.
Representative Cobb.
Yes, sir. So what this amendment does, it just says if a law enforcement officer or animal control officer goes onto the property to seize the dog because of what's going on, that if they're unintentionally harmed, the property owner is not liable. Now, if they're intentionally harmed, liability is still there. It's just protecting the property owner from unintentional harm to the law enforcement officer.
Okay.
It is a friendly amendment, and I ask that we adopt it.
Okay, you heard the gentleman's explanation of the amendment. He sees it as a friendly amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Thanks, the gentleman. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 100 ayes, 0 nays. Amendment has been adopted. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Chilton, Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, to start with, a couple of questions here. What is the ultimate bottom line of this bill?
Bottom line is to make sure that there are clear, humane, responsible conditions if someone is going to tether their dog up outside and provide clarity. Because right now, if law enforcement show up under existing cruelty laws, they at times don't know what is adequate food, adequate water. So this just helps clarify and give law enforcement more information to work with.
Right. I think we all can agree on that we want humane treatment of any animal. I would ask, how is the funding and staffing of your shelters in your area?
So here in Montgomery, from what I know, it's in my district. I've visited several times. They have a good shelter, and I know there are places that don't have, but there are ones that will serve those other areas.
Well, I was in an adjacent county to you as a county commissioner. We found it very difficult to fund and save animals in a lot of cases. And would this bill possibly create a greater number of animals picked up?
So just to the point about cost, so in the bill, because we're aware of that, we don't want to put that burden on municipalities or counties. So it does say that a person who violates that would be responsible for the costs that a city or county may incur. So we certainly are not. We're not adding costs on. Right now, that you said, would it add to picking up more? If someone violates the act, it could lead to that dog being seized. But the goal is to make sure that they first inform someone, tell someone you can have adequate food, adequate water, adequate shelter. So, but yeah, if they violate the act, if we pass it, then yes, it could lead to dogs being seized.
So the bottom line is, yes, it will increase the number of animals.
It could.
It could increase that number. Okay. With those animals that are picked up, with the exception of a few adoptions, what happens to most of those animals?
They would be at a shelter.
Okay, but there's a bottom line behind that. After they're in the shelter and they're not adopted, what happens to the majority of those animals?
I'm not sure what individual shelters decide to do, but whatever the point may be, that even if it does increase, we want to make sure that a dog is not in an inhumane condition at someone's home.
Okay, but if the answer to my question is most of them are put to death. Those that are not adopted, they're put to death.
In situations where, when it gets to an extreme situation where a dog would be seized, of course, working to shelter that dog, find another home for it, and we're not talking about tons and tons of dogs here where it's all of a sudden going to overrun the shelters and lead to killing dogs. So you're bringing up a very extreme example that it will likely not play out in the real world.
Okay, I don't really think that's as extreme if you look into the majority of rural counties that you come in contact with, and you have to pick up litters of puppies. You have to pick up strays, we would call them. There's a great many of those that are put to death. Next
Let me
one.
see, just on if a dog is euthanized, though, at least that is in a peaceful setting with a veterinarian. If you rather the dog die outside being chained up in the heat, extreme heat and exhaustion, I would say between the two, if the last case scenario is euthanasia, at least that is much more humane than a dog that's suffering in inhumane conditions outside.
So ultimately, there are a lot of those put to death. Humanely or not, so they're put to death.
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. Next question. I serve a vast majority of the rural area. Can you tell me about the cost of this trolley system that is mentioned in here? Can you tell me the cost of the trolley system that you're recommending that has to be done?
So different stores and businesses can charge different amounts, different trolleys for different dogs. So there's certainly no price in there, and I don't know, there's not one set price that every store has.
but it would be an expense.
Would, and if someone, again, if someone wants to own a dog, that is a basic, reasonable requirement. We're not asking someone to build a palace and for their dog. We're saying just have a trolley. And if someone can't afford it, I know there are shelters throughout the state that would help in situations.
Okay.
So we're not putting a big financial burden on people.
All right. What would you consider the worst means of tethering a dog?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Okay, you've got a lot of means in there that you talk about on tethering dogs, but you spell out some specifics. Which one would you feel is the least humane way to tether a dog?
I can't pick one. I mean, it depends on the circumstances. It depends on the size of the dog. It depends on how if they are being chained up, if they are being tied up in other ways. There's no just one way that is the worst.
Well, I'll use your words there, chained up. And with that, I would like to offer an amendment that would, anyway, I'll offer an amendment. That's the other copy, I'm sorry.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment to Senate Bill number 361 by Representative Smith.
Representative Smith, explain your amendment, please.
What this does is, if you go to the bill itself, this would replace lines 35 through 54 and replace it beginning at structure with a log chain, which to me is the most inhumane way to treat an animal or to tether an animal, is with that log chain. This would take and make it specifically affected by those who would be inhumane to an animal with a log chain.
It already says on line 53 that a logging chain cannot be used to tether a dog.
Correct.
You're wanting to explain again what you're trying to do.
I want to take 35 through 54 and replace it where it starts with structure on line, I believe it's 35, and say structure with a log chain. That is, you're disallowing people to tether an animal with a log chain.
So this would be an unfriendly amendment, and I move that we table the amendment.
Yeah, you heard the gentleman's explanation of the amendment. The sponsor wishes to table the amendment. If you wish to table the amendment, your vote will be yes. If not, it's no. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 49 ayes, 36 nays. Table the motion prevails.
Thank you.
Thanks, the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady from Baldwin, Representative Fiddler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, Representative Ensler. My goodness, this has been a battle, hasn't it? And I appreciate all your work and on this bill. One of the things that I'm sitting over there on my chair and I'm listening to all the rural folks in the community, in our body, and I know the issues of our urban folks in the body. And they seem to be so different, and they are. Where I grew up, it was so rural. We let our dogs we thought it was criminal to put them in a chain area. They just roamed. And that's what we did. We had farm dogs. They weren't trained. They were just dogs we had on the farm. We called them farm dogs, but there was no training involved, no shepherding training. Their genetics is what, you know, that they had. But we call them farm dogs, but, so under the definition of this, I had that was one of the things I wondered. But I think the biggest thing that I've heard going back and forth is the biggest differences between these urban areas and rural areas and how, you take care of your dog. So with that, I've drafted an amendment and would like to give the amendment for you to look at.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment to Senate Bill number 361 by Representative Fiddler.
President Fiddler, care to explain your amendment, please?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment would say, this act shall only apply in unincorporated areas of a county or within a municipality upon the local governing body adopting a resolution or ordinance that adopts the provisions of this act within the unincorporated areas of the county or municipality. Which basically says that the local government would have to opt in to adopt this law and this ordinance.
Yes, I appreciate you bringing it. My concern with it is that we start adding different exemptions. We want to make sure we have just a clear that this is statewide, law enforcement everywhere know. So I appreciate you bringing it, but this is an unfriendly amendment and move that we table it.
Okay, you heard the lady's explanation of the amendment. The sponsor sees it as an unfriendly amendment. He wishes to table. If you want to table it, your vote will be aye. If not, your vote's no. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote.
I would ask for a yes to table the amendment.
And I'm asking you to vote no.
Yeah. Clerk will lock the machine and record the votes. It's 53 nays, 46 ayes. Motion prevails.
Can I make the motion that we adopt
Okay.
the amendment?
Yes. So the motion now is to adopt the amendment. If you're in favor of adopting the amendment, your vote will be aye. If not, your vote will be no.
It wants to speak on the amendment.
Okay.
So I'm trying to understand. So your amendment does what? Because I think it's almost similar to the one that we tabled, because it appears as if you're taking home rule. This is a home rule amendment.
Well, no, it would just be if the county or municipal government wants to opt in into these regulations, then they're able to do it. And we allow the locals to make those regulations for their own county or their own municipality.
I mean, but they can already do that.
Well,
I
they
mean,
just opt in to this if they want to do that.
So my question again is, I'm always one, especially when you're dealing on that level with county government, to say, have you all spoken with the County Commission Association or the League of Municipalities? And see, I'm just only going by some stuff that happened some years ago. And we ended up passing some legislation. It's been a few years back. And the person had not spoken with either the league or the county commission. And it just gets real tricky when it gets to anything that deals with home rule issues. And I've always just been I'm not afraid of much, but that does bother me. So that's why I asked, because they can already opt out. I mean, they don't have, they can adopt the local, rule if they choose to anyway. So that's my thought on it. I just wanted to get the clarity on it. Okay.
The county or city.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Shelby, Representative Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentlelady yield?
Absolutely.
So tell me again what this amendment does.
We'd have this law, and then the local government, Baldwin County, your city, would be able to opt in and be able to say this, by resolution, we'd be able to adopt this, or they'd be able to adopt this and go by these rules and regulations that we're about to pass.
Okay, is that cities?
Any municipality or county government.
Okay, so even the counties would have to opt in.
They could, their option, it would be up to them to be able to opt in if they choose or so desire.
So the bill we would pass today would be absolutely useless unless counties and cities opted in.
They'd have to opt in.
Okay, how many cities are in the state?
I know we have 67 counties, but I'm not sure how many cities off the top of my head.
Okay, my concern is this is such a hot topic. It's a hard topic. It's a passionate topic. And if we push this burden down to cities and counties to have to adopt this for it to go into place, there's going to be so many dogs and so many animals that are never going to get the protection from the intent of this bill. I think we all recognize and know that there's no chance that all 67 counties and all municipalities are going to pass this. As a matter of fact, I would argue that very few would actually adopt this and pass that. And so I've got a deep concern with this amendment. And Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure procedurally, I'm not sure if I can do this, but I would like to make a tabling motion of the amendment if I can.
Okay, it is a renewable motion. So the gentleman, okay, so you heard the gentleman's request. He wishes to table the amendment.
Yes, just because
thought
cities
we
and
just-
counties would have to adopt this for this bill to even protect the first animal, and we all know that's not going to happen.
He heard his request, so it's to be aye for tabling and no to not table it. So if you want to table it, the vote would be aye. If not, the vote would be nay.
Please vote aye.
Please vote no.
Please,
Oh, we just did.
and it's non-debatable, so we're going to vote. Clerk on the lock machine, the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 50 ayes, 53 nays, so the motion has been tabled.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. Thank the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Faulkner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, earlier, Representative Brinyard was up here, and he took it from a violation, the first offense. He took it from a Class A misdemeanor to a Class C misdemeanor, and that amendment was put on. All this does, and I've talked with Representative Brinyard about this, and it is considered a friendly amendment, is what this does is say that a first violation is a Class C misdemeanor, just like Representative Brinyard made it, okay? But a second violation will be a Class B misdemeanor, and a third violation will be a Class A misdemeanor. So again, we're talking about confirmed violations and stair-stepping this. And Senator Gudger, you know, I think this is very reasonable. Representative Brinyard believes it's very reasonable. Representative Ensler believes it's a friendly and reasonable amendment. I think that makes sense. So it's stair-stepping the violation, keeps it at Class C on a first violation, then to a B on a second, and then a Class A misdemeanor on a third.
Okay, heard Zoom's explanation of the amendment. How does the sponsor see it?
Thank you for bringing it, and it is a friendly amendment, and I vote that we adopt it.
Okay, that's the question, is adoption of the amendment. If you're for the amendment, your vote will be aye. If not, your vote will be no. Clerk will unlock the machine, the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 92 ayes, 3 nays. The amendment has been adopted.
Thank you, Representative. Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Speaker. Thank you, members.
Gentlemen.
If there are no further questions, I move for final passage.
That is questions, final passage of SB 361. Clerk will unlock the machine, and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 69 ayes, 23 nays. SB 361 has passed, as amended and substituted.
Thank you, body.
Clerk, call next bill.
On page 21 of the calendar is Senate Bill number 57 with substitute by Senator Orr relating to public assistance.
Chairman Ingram, be recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is Senator Orr's bill. I had a bill to cut it a lot deeper as far as SNAP, but to tell you that we're one of the most unhealthier states in the union is an understatement. We're the third worst, healthiest state in the country with obesity, diabetes, heart disease, and federal government has instructed all the states to come up with a better plan on healthier food and to look at our SNAP program. And we take a chance on losing 20% of our funding if we don't act on something. We have a chance to increase our funding if we do something. And this last year, we've got $203 million. In the next 5 years, we have a chance of being able to capture $1 billion if we do something. So if there's no further questions, I ask for the BR.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Madison, Representative Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a floor amendment.
Let's get the BR. Let's wait till we get this BR done, okay? Okay, have I got anybody who wants to speak on the BR? Okay. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Clark, Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks for the recognition. Representative Ingram, how much does a person get for public assistance?
You know, I'm really not sure. I've been fortunate enough not to have to get on it, so I'm not really sure of that.
So you
Reverend.
I hear you. So you don't really, you're not sure, and you don't know, or maybe you don't care.
No, I do care. There's
Do
a
you know they
need
don't
for
get
this
enough to
program.
go to Publix and buy groceries for one time? Do you know that? And they can't get a full meal on that particular check that they get?
Yes, sir. I get it.
And do you know that eating, as we call, you call it junk food, and you mentioned nutritious, you mentioned unhealthy. The state is unhealthy, but they're not unhealthy because of SNAP.
Well, I think it contributes to it because if people are
How can you correlate that with SNAP being unhealthy?
because a lot of times the people that can't afford to buy food and they have to use SNAP, you know, the number one purchase on SNAP right now is soft drinks, 62%. So do you think soft drinks are nutritional? I mean, do you think that provides as much as a sweet potato or ear of corn or,
No, but
or
when you-
eggs or butter or anything like that,
No,
or
when-
milk?
No,
Is
no.
it better than milk?
When you
But
think about the
62%.
cost, that's what I'm thinking. When
But
you think,
62% of the purchases are soft drinks. I'm not taking them out. 62%. I've got it right here.
okay, you taking candy out?
I took a candy bar out, but you can still buy a honey bun, and you can still buy.
You know the nutritious in
No, on the nutritional package of a candy bar and a pack of chewing gum, there's no nutrition on that. I didn't see any. If you can bring one and show me.
No, I don't-
But
no nutrition
only thing
on
they took
chewing
out was
gum, no.
a candy bar and chewing gum.
That's the only thing they took out. Now, what? Now you got a help candy bar with nutrition.
So your healthy bars or your nutrition bars are still able to purchase that. It's only a chocolate candy bar. It says identified chocolate candy bar, chewing gum, and candy like Skittles. You can't buy that. But you can buy the Twinkies, the honey bun, the pre-prepared desserts, jams, jellies, cakes, birthday cakes, etc. You can still buy all that. The only thing you're taking out is a soft drink when it starts with sugar or high fructose corn syrup or cane sugar. So you can still buy your diet drinks or you can buy your low sugar drinks, like your Gatorades and stuff like that. You can still buy.
So you're saying that our health is in our nutrition, right?
Right. I
Or
mean,
lack
this is-
thereof.
Right.
Now, people that that plant their food and farm their own food, what's the ratio of diabetes in the state as it relates to black?
I know we're
white?
the third worst in the union.
We're the third worst in the union
Yes, sir.
because of we eating bad food, right?
Eating bad. That's right. Exactly.
Poor health care.
Yes, sir.
Our poor medical assistance. See,
Right.
all these things come together. When you don't have any money, when you're poor, you eat what you can afford. That's all I'm saying. Now you're gonna take how much of an increase in the SNAP benefits are these recipients gonna get?
Well, I don't know that they're going to get any more money, but
See, that's what I'm.
Well, hold on now. To hear the rest of the story, I don't know that we're going to get any more money, but we have a chance of losing 20% if we don't act on something on this.
I hear what you're
2027.
saying, but
so they could lose 20%.
because we got to put some extreme guidelines in the plan to get the money.
And I don't
So
think
we
this
tell
is-
the people what they can't buy with it because they're not going to get any more what they already getting.
But you know, there's more than 60% of the people that get SNAP or have, health issues, problems with
That's why
diabetes.
I know
And so-
it because they don't SNAP. They can't afford. If they was able to buy their own work and have their monies to buy their own groceries, they wouldn't be on SNAP. That's the poorest of the poor are on SNAP. Then you got your veterans, you got some veterans on SNAP. You got some senior citizens on SNAP, and a lot of children are on SNAP.
But let me ask you this. So if we have food deserts in the state, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so a lot of these places, they can't find anything good to eat, like sweet potatoes and bananas and, good healthy food, right? Me and you eat good
Well,
healthy
diabetic don't need bananas.
Right, right. Well, there's...
And
Anyway.
grapes, only 1 or 2 grapes.
Yeah.
If you're diabetic. Now, we have food pantries.
Hold on, let me get the rest of my story. So you've got the Dollar Generals and some of these food deserts that don't carry that kind of stuff. But if we limit some stuff, maybe they'll start carrying healthier food for the people in the food deserts. And that's what they're going to do. They're
Well,
gonna
you
start
know,
carrying healthier
these
food.
little,
If they can't get a sweet
these
potato
little
now-
stores, these little markets gonna shut down because people depend on SNAP.
I don't take
customers.
SNAP. I don't.
Just,
I don't.
Majority of they even got in the women. We accept. That's what people can go and buy. With those are with the card. Now those other people are gonna lose. You're gonna lose some jobs because of this.
No, sir.
Oh, yes. See, I live out there.
So
And you visit every now and then. I see them every day.
yeah. So
I see the people work at the Dollar Generals. I see the people work at these little.
people are still going to shop at the Dollar
These
General.
little markets
Not being able to buy a candy bar or a pack of gum.
that
is
you
not
go
gonna
buy
put
your
anybody
gas.
out of
They
business.
got and they have their little stuff there on the counter. And These are the people that they can't get medical treatment. I know it's gonna. If you're healthy, you don't need a doctor. That's what the Bible says. He that's sick need a physician. But how do we keep them well? By giving them the right food. And how do we do that? By giving them the increase. Now, if you're getting the increase and I'm not getting the increase, I can't buy any more than what I already been buying.
Well, if we don't do this, then we will not get an increase, we'll get a decrease. But if we do this, we could gain a lot more money over the next 5 years, up to $1 billion.
How are you going to implement this?
Well, it's, it's 22 other states have done it. And
how's Alabama going to implement? Don't tell me what 22 states have done. How is Alabama going to do it?
Well, it's just what's limited and what they can buy and what they can't buy. The retail association and the retail people will come up with a plan just like they've done in other states. And that's what they're working on now. We're mirroring other states. We're not reinventing the wheel. We're real close to what Tennessee just passed. Actually, ours is a little looser because it allows drinks with sugar in it. Ours does allow drinks with sugar. It's just not the second ingredient.
Do you have an average cost? It's gonna be on the grocery stores.
Not going to cost us anything.
How much grocery store is going to lose out of this pack?
Well, it doesn't have anything to do with groceries. It's just soft drinks and a candy bar and chewing gum. So it's not. They're not going to lose anything. If they can't buy their regular drink that they normally buy, they'll buy Gatorade or they'll buy a diet drink.
You know that's the cheapest thing in the store.
Do you drink diet drinks?
Nope.
You don't. You drink sodas?
I drink ginger ale.
Ginger ale's not bad.
And they can't buy ginger ale with this.
They can if it's the second word is not sugar or high fructose corn syrup.
Do you drink anything with zero sugar in it?
I do.
Do you know what they're substituting sugar with?
It's bad.
Probably worse than the sugar.
That's right.
And that's why I don't drink that stuff.
I limit myself to one a week when we're not in session, but if we're in session, I probably overdo it.
I'm going to sit down, but most of these people they need a class in nutrition. That will help a whole lot.
It really
if we
would.
could educate them more rather than tell them what not to buy. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Garrett of Jefferson.
Mr. Speaker, the gentleman yield.
Absolutely.
First, I want to thank you for the work you put in this bill, and you, Senator Orr, have collaborated a lot. There's been a lot of details and discussions, a lot of motion about the topic, but I think the goals of this are very admirable. I think there is a connection with the health situation we've talked about, so I appreciate you bringing the bill and look forward to supporting it.
Thank you for your kind words. Thank you, sir.
Chair recognizes Representative Datcher of Jefferson. Be the third person speaking on the BIR. I recognize Representative McCampbell of Marengo to be the third person to speak on the BIR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Gentleman, yield.
Absolutely, sir.
Okay, I heard your conversation with the former speaker here, and the thing that I want to address is how will this be implemented, especially when it comes to food deserts. I see here in the bill, it says, let me see, where is it?
DHR implement?
Yeah,
So there's a amendment coming if you want to wait and come and talk on that amendment. But Rex is bringing an amendment to help straighten that out. It's a friendly amendment.
Okay, so that one is going to kind of put in place how this will be implemented.
It's how it's not done by DHR.
How it is going to be done by DHR.
Not done by DHR.
Done or how it's not.
DHR is not going to be responsible for implementing it.
Okay. Then
Nor is
what-
revenue. So there's a movement in place now with the retailers to collaborate as a unified body because 22 other states have done it, and they're going to be able to. I guess you know more about software. I'm not that technology, smart on that, but there is a movement on that to implement these other 21 states other than us, or other 22 states other than us, to be able to do a unified effort on a software for the retailers out there, like your Walmarts and Targets and grocery stores and stuff like that, to be able to implement the program.
Okay, now, when we are talking about retailers, are there is there any punishment if somebody happens not to?
Yeah, and it doesn't spell it out in this
adhere to-
bill, but it's existing. The error rate is, I think it's like Alabama's got a huge error rate now, which I think don't quote me on this, but I think it's 12%, and I think the allowed is 6%. So we've got to do something on cleaning that up. But keep in mind, this won't go into place until the middle of 27. But if we don't do it, we're going to lose funding possibly
Okay,
lose
now-
up to 20%.
Doesn't this error rate have to do with DHR, and it's actually DHR's error rate?
DHR implements it now. It'll still be in there, but as far as being able to come up with the different products to be identify what's not allowable, DHR will not be responsible for that, according to this amendment coming up.
Okay, now if then how is this bill going to affect the error rate when it comes to DHR?
The error
Because,
rate
see,
is
the
different.
error rate has
Yeah.
has to do with a lot more than just these causes of the illnesses. The error rate has to do with somebody not showing up, for a hearing that they may have to be a
Right.
part of.
On
There
the
are a number
retailer.
of things that dictate what that error rate will be.
And I'll be honest with you, what I know about that is very little. This is Orr's bill, and what I'm reading is what is in the bill. And as far as out of the bill, as far as what's in place now, I'm really not sure. You'd have to get, somebody, a lawyer up here, or Alphany or somebody, to be able to answer your question. That's not in the bill, so I don't know.
Okay. And therefore I wouldn't be using this as a guide or a director that would get us to change in the error rate with DHR, especially if DHR isn't going to be responsible for the implementation of this.
Well, they're going to be responsible just like they are today. They're not taken out, but it's just the changes of what's available, what's allowable and what's not allowable. That's coming from the retail guy out there. I don't know what it is, but there is a plan, and we've talked with the powers to be, and there is an effort to be able to identify on a software for the retailers for that.
So now we're going to put more responsibility on the retailers, or is there
Well,
a
that's just like,
program and
it's no difference than if we reduce the sales tax by 2%. We're putting the responsibility on them. We didn't hire somebody to go out there and say, hey, design your software, take off 2% of your sales tax.
Okay, so they
it's the
already
same
have
thing.
a software that
Exactly.
will actually. Okay, and what about the education of the public regarding this new law? How is that going to be?
Well, the only thing you're taking out is, like I say, chocolate candy bars, that kind of candy, Skittles and stuff. No Twinkies, no nothing. And soft drinks that start with sugar, or the second word, sugar, high fructose corn syrup, or cane syrup. So that's the second word. Carbonated water would be the first. So a lot of your drinks, like Gatorades and some of your energy drinks and stuff like that, that is not the case. So they can have healthier drinks, protein drinks and stuff like that. But as far as a straight, I don't want to mention a certain brand, but a certain soft drink, would not be the healthy thing for me and you to drink all day long. When you see people going to the grocery store and they're buying nothing but stuff that's not healthy, like produce or meats or vegetables and stuff, we kind of wonder, you know, who educated them on to be healthy. You know, we want our people, all of our people, everybody in the state to be healthier than what we are now. We're the third worst in the country, and we've got to help all of our citizens out there. And I think this is a small start, but it is a start.
Small step.
You know, my bill that I pre-filed in the fall took out total soft drinks, diet drinks, all pre-prepared desserts, including birthday cakes, everything. But this was a good compromise. We got with the Beverage Association, and this is looser than what most of states have done. We're probably the loosest that any of them, the 22 has done. But it allows soft drinks to still be into play, and diet drinks and pre-prepared desserts, birthday cakes. Only thing it takes out is the candy bar and the extreme candy, you know, like Skittles and stuff.
So basically then some of the tea, for instance, that might be out on the market, some of it may still be something that someone could purchase.
If the second word is sugar or cane syrup or high fructose corn syrup, it would be a problem. But you know, me and you know that that's not the healthiest things for us. You know, sugar is not good. High fructose corn syrup, probably one of the worst things we can consume.
And a lot of our, I guess, non-sugar drinks, they may not have sugar in them, but they are heavy in that corn syrup and all of that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, you know, that's I think out in a food desert, Representative Jackson said it very well. A lot of times you have to improvise in order to stop the hunger.
But you know, water would be better than a Coca-Cola. Don't you agree?
Oh, of course I agree.
Water. You can buy water on this.
But see, water does not kill your appetite and your hunger.
Coke doesn't kill an appetite either. It actually does the opposite.
Well, at least it will cause it to, you know, you aren't quite ready for anything.
I disagree.
But that's just some of the things I was concerned about as I looked at this bill. But I appreciate your effort and what you're trying to do.
Yes, sir.
And you know, we'll see.
Thank you.
I'm not sure.
You know, it passed in the Senate. There was only 2 no votes. It was 24-2. So I think they were pretty happy with it up there.
Well, we'll see.
All right. Yes, sir.
Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Keel of Franklin to be the 4th speaker on the BIR.
Representative Ingram, thank you for bringing the bill. I know you've worked hard on this issue.
Thank you.
Can we talk about what SNAP does, who it supports, what the purpose of it is?
So it supports people that need a hand up. You know, it supports people that don't have the opportunity to have a job, that may be disabled, they maybe just have hardship, and that's an important piece in every state, you know, that we provide for the people that don't have, you know. And it's a gap. But, you know, what this program was built on was for, you know, unhealthy option and not junk food. It was to get people, give people a healthier choice to buy healthy food and to be able to survive and thrive.
So it's really a stopgap. It's not meant for a lifetime of being on it.
No, it's a temporary thing.
So
it's definitely a Band-Aid, not a full-time generational thing.
Yeah. So when somebody, you know, signs up for SNAP, these benefits, I mean, it's a hardship situation. These are not wealthy people that are doing this. It's you know, the people that need it most, I hope, that are doing this. And in that real time of need, I mean, the real need here is sustenance.
Right.
It's not, that's the reason we don't allow things like cigarettes or alcohol, those things that you might buy at a service station, you know, like cigarettes or alcohol. You can't use food stamps to get those things.
Right.
And so, and there's a reason behind that. It's because alcohol does not give sustenance to somebody. It does not, it's not life-giving.
And it's the same way with a Coca-Cola. You know, I mean, I don't know of anything, you know, worse for you than drinking a Coke, you know,
Right.
if you're trying to stay healthy.
And I think that's, I follow your reasoning here. I think that's the reasoning behind the bill is we want people who hit a hard patch to be able to get help. I hate that it's not the church doing that instead of government. I wish the church were doing it, but obviously there has been some failure.
Let me tell you how we ran across this bill, and I pre-filed my bill before Orr's bill was filed, and Katie, that was an intern with Mary Ruth. Mary Ruth was out a lot last year, so I had him doing different assignments. So I told him, I said, go find the life expectancy on the state over the last 4 years, and then also give me the growth of the state. And so on population-wise. And when his findings, and I went to the speaker with this information, and it was not my information. Katie did an amazing job. Well, we found out that Alabama was one of the worst in the country on health, third worst in the country, of course, next to Mississippi, with West Virginia being the worst, Mississippi being the second. And we were only decimals away from Mississippi. So it was
Well, I
alarming
appreciate
to
your
us.
work on this. I mean, I think you're doing the right thing. We do need to provide SNAP for people for things that sustain them, not
Totally
for sugary
agree.
snacks, that sort of thing. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote.
Oh, okay.
Have all the members voted? Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 78 ayes, 25 nays. The BIR is adopted.
It is my honor to recognize the Daphne Junior City Council and Mayor Robin Lejeune from the city of Daphne. They are the guest of Representative Simpson, Givens, Fiddler, Holt Jones, Baker, Stringer, and Easterbrook. And one of them is a very close personal relation of mine. My son, John Wallace, is up there, so. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Pro Tem Pringle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I move the House stand in recess to the hour of 1:30. Members, please come to the chamber so we can start. Come on, members.
The House will come to order. Representative Ingram.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we have an amendment coming from Chairman Reynolds. We adopt the sub. So we got.
Yeah, we hadn't adopted the sub yet. Let's get it adopted. You would explain what the sub is for us?
Yes, sir. Please let me check, Mr. Speaker. Let me get a copy of that. It came out of the Senate, so I need to.
Chair, let me,
Aye.
before we get started, let's get
So-
Chairwoman Collins up for just 1 second.
Okay.
Chair, recognize the lady from,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thought we might go in it too. So we have an education policy meeting at 1:30 in room 206. We'll only be discussing one bill, and we did it last year. And hopefully it'll help us with Mr. Smitherman in the Senate. So may I have leave of absence?
yep. All in favor, say aye.
Thank
Yep,
you.
absolutely.
206, House, Senate Bill 364.
Docket, so we need help all we can get. All right, Mr. Speaker, the difference is the implemented date and the information on related to the products eligibility purchase. What's the difference?
Okay, you heard the gentleman's explanation of the sub. I've got 3 or 4 lights on. Anybody want to speak on the sub? Nope. Okay. For the body's adoption of the sub, clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote, 70 ayes, 18 nays. Sub 2 has been adopted. Representative Ingram.
No further questions. I ask for final passage as substituted.
I think Representative Reynolds has got a floor.
Amendment, that's right. Got a copy.
Clerk, say the amendment.
Amendment 2, Senate Bill number 57 by Representative Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that. And does the gentleman yield?
Absolutely.
Mr. Chairman, first of all, I appreciate your work on this bill. You've worked with our committee for almost a month now. Appreciate you taking the amendment that we did related to removing the Revenue Department from the legislation. You also agreed on the sunset bill, or the bill start date moved out to April of 2027. And that's just to ensure that we have time administratively to be ready for this piece of legislation and also receive the waiver. It takes about 6 months to get the waiver, so I think it worked out good. This is just administrative in nature. You and I met on it earlier today.
Yes, sir.
So replace lines 14 through 16 on page 1 with the following. The waiver is granted and to provide for the replacement, and then line 8, replace line 52 on page 2 with the following. Subsection C, if the waiver described in subsection B is, skip to line 11, remove lines 59 through 65 on page 3. That's the most significant. We're simply, after we took out the revenue department, this administrative language kind of fell on DHR there. DHR understands that they're fully responsible to administer SNAP to, 750,000 people in Alabama. But we just want to remove this language because it was really tied to the revenue department.
Okay, you heard the explanation of the bill. How's the sponsor receive it?
Friendly amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, it's seen as a friendly amendment. Does anybody want to speak on this particular amendment? Yes, ma'am. President Hall?
For the record, I gave Ms. Hall a copy before I came up here.
For the record, her light was on before she ever come in the chamber, too.
So what I read, what I saw and what I heard, I wanted to make sure I was on the same page with that. So we are not holding DHR responsible for providing the list.
Well, again, I guess let me answer it like this. DHR is absolutely responsible under their contract with CMS to administer the program, whatever that takes. I think we talked about, the
Right.
National Grocers Association is working on all the codes, barcodes for the food adjustments for all the states. And I think by the time we get to April of 27, we may have some things done that wouldn't put that burden on the state. That was the problem with the revenue department.
Right.
They felt like it could cost them up to $10 million to do that. I don't want to put that same burden on DHR.
Of course.
But they still have to administer the program.
Right. But so the responsibility, the way the bill is written in terms of the amendment, we are looking at probably latter part of 27,
April of 27.
April of 27. Then by the time we get that working, we would be,
Yeah, they'll. So I spoke to some of the federal people this morning to make sure on clarity on this. But by the time if this bill passes today, then the state of Alabama can apply for that waiver, and it'll take 3, 4, 5 months to get that back. By the time it does, we hope there's something in place that not only keeps that burden off of DHR, but also DHR also keeps that responsibility off our grocers and retailers in Alabama. We don't want them to have to absorb that cost either.
so, all right, so by April. All right, I think I'm clear.
We've just got to be very clear about it administratively because this could have an impact on our error rate.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Ringo, Representative McCampbell, speaking on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
You and I both know one thing, and that is if a cost is added to food, added, whatever it may be, that a business incur the cost of, it all comes down to what the people that are actually having to purchase stuff is going to have to bear. And so that's the reason I'm concerned and want to make sure regarding this waiver that if indeed we implement this, that grocers aren't going to have to pay that additional burden because you and I are going to end up paying it out of our pockets.
That's right.
And I think the burden that's on every constituent we have is already great enough. We already have tariffs that are sending things out of the roof. So any additional things that we're going to be adding to them to have to pay, they're going to send it on down to us. Thus, our food, the things that we need to eat in order to survive, is going to go up. So I hope this waiver that you're talking about is actually going to fall into place. Okay?
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. We've had this conversation in the General Fund Committee, and certainly I think you're seeing as many states that are stepping up and making this adjustment, that the association, the industry understands the need to get those codes uniformly across all states. And I think we were right in pushing this out to April 27, because hopefully that would have happened before then. But if not, this body will be back in session in February, and we can make adjustments then.
Okay, and that means that the body will be looking at it from the general fund side, probably.
Well, that's right. It could. Now, this does not impact what some 750,000 recipients in Alabama receive. I think they still get to some $500 per month. But as I think Chairman Reed pointed out, is that we hope they take that money they spend on sweets and buy fruits and vegetables and other healthy foods.
Okay, and there's I just heard about it. Some program through Auburn in which you're doubling.
We funded that 2 years ago. We did not fund that this year in the general fund. I do know that I think they do get federal funds direct. You buy 2 pieces of fruit, you get 2 free.
Okay. Well, I think that might be something we need to look at.
I agree.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, gentlemen. Question for the body is adoption of the floor amendment. Clerk will lock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 84 ayes, 8 nays. Floor amendment has passed.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you for the legislation.
Speaker, if there's no further questions, ask for final passage.
The chair recognizes the lady from Macon, Representative Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know your intentions are good. I understand what you're doing, but I have problems with the big picture. And it seems as though we're trying to keep our kids healthy. We're trying to teach good eating habits. But at the same time, we're discriminating. We're not really concerned about the children as a whole. We're only concerned about the children that are getting SNAP programs. That, to me, defeats the purpose of trying to help children. I think we should have found a better way, probably through the schools, through education with the parents, education with the children, because we just had Easter this past weekend. You know, and I know, every grandmama that's in this world wanted to buy their grandchild chocolate bunny. So, I mean, what are we actually doing to that child when we see one parent can buy a chocolate bunny, but my mama can't buy a chocolate bunny because I'm on SNAP? Those are the type things I think that really disturbs me about this bill. And to be honest with y'all know these people out here are 10 times smarter than we are. If I'm a SNAP recipient and I want to buy my kids some candy, all I do is sell my food stamps to somebody. They're going to give me some money, and I'm going to take that money and go and buy the candies and the sodas and everything else.
Well, I hope that's not happening, but I'm sure it is.
It is. I'm telling you, I can't go to the grocery store without somebody trying to sell me some food stamps every time I go to the store. So I think if we're really serious about what we're trying to do, we shouldn't segregate our kids, especially in elementary schools. Kids take lunches to school. And you know, if you got a lunch with some candy in it and your friend wants some candy, you're going to give it to them. So what I'm trying to say is we are not resolving the problem of health by segregating our kids in this manner. I just think I just really feel as though we can do it a little differently.
You know, we cleaned up our schools. We're now serving healthier meals and stuff like that in school. So we're taking every advantage, being on the bottom of the worst of our state, being the unhealthiest. We've got to hit at every target we can. We can't say we're not going to deal with SNAP, but we are going to deal with schools. We're not going to deal with this, but we're not going to deal with SNAP. We got to start everywhere.
No, I'm
we've
not
touched
saying
a lot of things.
I think all of them should be included.
And this is part of all of it. This is a part of the piece.
Well, I'm telling you, when we separate things like this, it just.
So let me ask you this. So would you rather give your child a bottle of water or a Coca-Cola? Would you feed your dog a Coca-Cola?
I hate to tell you, my husband feed my dog bananas, apples,
good for him.
oranges,
That's right.
the whole shemag. That's why
what
we're
we're
talking
trying
about
to do.
animals today. I know what the love of an animal is. Okay.
I love my animal, but I
So-
wouldn't give him a honey bun or a chocolate candy bar. I'd give him a honey bun, but
No,
I
you
wouldn't
can't
give
get
him
a chocolate candy,
bar.
but they can't have the chocolate now. I
They
want to
can't
make
have
sure
the
they can't have the chocolate.
I wouldn't give him a Hershey bar and a Coca-Cola for
No.
breakfast. Would
No,
you
no.
give your
No, no,
child
no,
a
no.
Coca-Cola and a Hershey's?
But like I'm trying to say, I think what you're doing is good.
Thank you.
But it's just the way you're doing it. I think your
if we-
your objectives are good, but your actions and your motives are the thing that has the negativity to it.
No, I don't think so. Because if we don't do anything, we have a chance of, instead of them getting $500, they're going to get 20% less. Because if we don't act on something, we're going to get less money.
See, that's where the feds are. The feds are just putting these states in some
But
bad
I'm
situations.
not in the feds, and you're not
But
either.
what you're doing, what the feds are saying that we should do, or what
we're gonna lose
what the
money.
people in power are saying we should do. And I think we shouldn't have to be sitting here doing this. I think because it's we do so many things that applies
Get it.
different
But if
ways to
we-
different people.
If we don't do it, we're going to lose money. So your people, my people, whoever needs the SNAP benefits are going to could possibly get 20% less, possibly, but there will be a reduction.
What is this doing really for the food industry and trying to a cashier and trying to know how are we dealing with that? How will
I don't know what the percentage is overall in the state. You know, of course, some are going to be more SNAP in some stores and less SNAP in others, but I don't know how much revenue, if they are not able to sell that candy bar, do they have enough money? You can't buy, gas on SNAP, so they have money to buy gas, but maybe they'll have money to buy a candy bar if they want it. So I don't know that there's going to be any loss in revenue anywhere, in my opinion. I think they're still gonna
I'm
spend the
talking about
$500.
for the businesses, especially these small businesses. How are they going to keep up with doing this?
So do you? Oh, I think like Chairman Reynolds said, there's a template coming in on the federal side to be able to. This doesn't go into place today. It goes into place in 27. So I think that when everybody gets on board, there's already 22 states that have passed it. It'll be pretty universal. So it'll be implemented then. If not, we'll have to talk about it in February. But if we wait, we take a chance on.
I don't want to lose any money. I suppose my next question is, how will we basically evaluate the outcomes of what we're doing?
I think we're going to see a good outcome in a couple of years on people making healthier choices. Instead of buying a Coca-Cola, they might buy a lemonade or a orange juice or something like that. A healthier choice. Maybe a protein bar instead of a Snickers bar. And I think it's just a win-win. I mean, I want everybody in the state of Alabama to be healthy. And a lot of people, as you well know, that are generational have issues. A lot of times they don't know what's healthy and what's not healthy. A lot of these parents in my district aren't not good parents. A lot of them are really good. But, maybe sometimes it takes, a bigger picture to understand what's healthy and what's not healthy. A lot of times the kids ate what we fed them in schools, but now we're having healthier choices and they still eat what we have in schools. So we think that obesity is going down with heart disease, diabetes. Like I said, we were the third worst unhealthiest state in the union. And I don't want my people to die early. I know you don't want your people to die early. And so I really think I filed this legislation, early on because we've had an issue. And I just think that it's the right thing to do. I really do.
Like I said, I understand where you're coming from, but we're still not resolving the health issue problem because we got a whole population over here that we're not doing anything with. That's where our numbers are with the unhealthiness are the people who got the money and got buying all the food and buying all this other stuff because they're going to do it. So again, if we're trying to help make this country healthier, we need to find ways so that we can be inclusive.
I agree.
Of
This is
everybody.
all part of everything. This is one part of everything. And I think we can only take one at a time. We can't do them all, omnibus them, and do them all at one time. But this is where we are today to make this piece healthier. And then tomorrow, maybe we'll start on another one. And next session, we'll start on another one. But I think that I agree with you. I think we've got to make this whole, every piece of it.
That's all I want to see. I mean, if we're trying to help our kids and make them safer, don't just stamp that SNAP on them
No, ma'am.
and make them
I
stand
agree.
out so that I think we need to be able to do it for everybody and come up with some health issues that can, if we're really serious about this state and what our health is, I just think we need to be more inclusive than the way we are because kids can be very harsh and cruel to each other.
Yes, ma'am.
Very harsh and cruel. And if I can bring some cookies or some candy in my bag and you can't, and you're going to want, if you, watch, let me tell you, if you don't believe it, they're going to start stealing lunchboxes at school so they can get what they want. But again, it just disturbs me that we're not really making this an overall inclusive measure, health
Get it.
measure that we're trying to do. We're only taking a certain sector and dealing with them.
I hear you. Yes,
Like I said, I know you got some good intentions,
Thank you.
but we just got to make sure we can reach everybody in the process.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Here, thanks, lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, President Bracy.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition with the gentleman yield.
Absolutely. And I have answered your question.
Okay, you go ahead.
Maybe if I misstated, I probably did. You know how you get up here and you get nervous and you sometimes misread.
Say I make you nervous.
But it was no, you don't make me nervous.
Oh, okay.
My notes said they were 64%, approximately, not 64%, but approximately 64% of the people on SNAP buy soft drink. So that's where that number came from.
Okay. All right. No, we kind of had some roundabouts with this in committee. I was calling you the snack police. Like you the snack police gonna be going around checking people baskets to see what they got in their baskets to make sure they don't have any candy or.
That's what everybody
know.
does in my office. They come in there and see what kind of snacks I have.
So I don't want you to be profiling. I want you to be profiling people because of what they got in their basket,
No, sir.
their snacks. But and I know, and I also mentioned to you, you talked about how the obesity rate was in the state, and I asked you if you were saying that the SNAP beneficiaries were the reason why we're so
No.
fat in Alabama.
I don't think so, but I think everything that we do in Alabama is not the best, healthiest thing we do. I mean, I think every program gets out of hand, and I think that us Alabamians, no matter what district or what we look like or where we come from, there's obesity. And I don't want to say that it's all SNAP or all whatever the case may be.
But I
race
just
or
know
whatever.
the SNAP that came up in the conversation when we talked about the SNAP beneficiaries. One of the things that I thought was a really good thing, and people may have different opinions on it, when in Alabama we went to having school uniforms, what that did was it created an equal playing field for all of the students. Because prior to having school uniforms, you had some students that may have wore designer clothes, Jordans, Nikes, just all of these different designer clothes to school. But then you had the other poor kids that could not afford those things.
Or you
They couldn't afford the designer clothes,
Or they couldn't
you
afford
know,
the
or
uniforms.
they were wearing the clothes, the hand-me-down clothes.
Yeah, we gave money to when I was a commissioner.
Well, let
money
me get
Go
to
ahead.
where I'm going with it first. But what happens is by putting the school uniforms in place, that put everybody on the same playing field. And basically, what we're doing with SNAP is we're saying that some kids can have these things and some kids can't. We're making a situation where because you're on SNAP, I'm gonna punish you from being able to have a treat. I'm gonna punish you from being able to have some type of dessert or some type of
You can buy
soda
ice cream
or
and desserts on this.
but
You know, our
what you,
birthday
but
cake
you're
or
trying to
whatever.
pick and choose what people can purchase because like when we talked about this in committee, we talked about how some parents may be poor. And you may have a situation where the kid's been working hard in school, they're making straight A's, they come home, look, mom, I made the honor roll, I made the A honor roll, and they're excited about it, and they may not be able to go out and do something special for their kids on the level that one of us may be able to do for our kids. And what they may want to do is just say, you know what? Let's go to the store. And I'm gonna allow you to pick a few things that you would like. And now what we're doing is we're telling people what they can and cannot purchase. And I think it just creates a major situation to me. I think we're overreaching so far by saying that a kid can't have a sneaker. This kid that made the A honor roll can't have a Snicker bar because we saying that they can't have it. I don't see a level of abuse here. I've never seen people go out and just spend all of their SNAP benefits on junk food. I haven't seen that before. And I'm just wondering why are we to the point of policing to that point? Even to health benefits. We talked about health benefits. We don't want to. You mentioned the 20% loss that we would get,
Possible,
but
up to 20%.
up to 20%. But when we talked about the losses that we would get from not expanding Medicaid, that was not even a conversation. So it's like we pick and choose when we want wins and when we want losses. And when I think about like people that are diabetic, a person that could be having some type of diabetic episode, what do they need right away?
Well,
What do they
probably
need right
the
away?
best thing that I would do if somebody was having a problem, I'd give them orange juice, and you know that. That's
Oh, okay, but if you can't get the orange juice, you gonna give them a piece of candy.
Well, yeah.
I'm just saying, but if you can't
or an
get to
orange,
but
or
but
an
if you
orange,
can't get
anything
to
with
it,
sugar content.
but if you can't get to orange, if you can't get to an orange, if you can't get to orange juice, you're gonna give them some soda. You're gonna give them some candy to make sure that they don't go too far into some type of diabetic
And
shock or
most of the
something
time,
like that.
A diabetic, and I'm pre-diabetic, so I'm aware of kind of a little bit of what you're talking
And my
about.
wife is kind of too. She's not diabetic, but she has
We
some
watch it.
episodes at time, and I know for a fact that she has to always have something with her all the time before she get this crashing type episode. And if she starts to crash, she's gonna pull a piece of candy out of her purse. She's gonna pull something until she can get to the point of getting a balanced meal to kind of get her where she need to be. But what we saying is, we don't care about that. You don't get to have that emergency candy or that emergency snack or whatever that you may need that all of these people have. All of these little old ladies in church They got it in their purse.
Oh, they always have.
They got it.
butterscotch.
And the reason why they got it, I'm gonna tell you the reason why they
peppermint.
have it. Because church service usually, well, in my community, I don't know about in your community because y'all church might be an hour, mine not an hour, right? But
I've been to a couple of your
and,
churches.
and you know what church I'm talking about. In lunchtime, you don't be out of church for lunchtime.
Yeah.
So you're gonna eat your breakfast, but guess what? You're not gonna eat a scheduled lunch. Your lunchtime gonna go over. Especially if the Holy Spirit gets involved and things start happening and you have Holy Communion that day, guess what? You ain't getting out of church at 12 o'clock. We rolling on through. It might be halftime of a football game before you get home. But because they're not eating on a regular cycle, they may have to have something in their purse to get them across the line until they actually get a chance to eat because they may eat at 2 o'clock and not at 12 o'clock. I mean, these are things that I'm not saying that it's a must, but to some people, this is something that they need. And we're telling them that if you're poor and if you receive SNAP and if you are diabetic, that you cannot buy that butterscotch or whatever, that candy, whatever that you may need, you cannot purchase that with this. You need to purchase that with the money that you need to pay with all these utility bills continuing to go up, gas prices continuing to go up. You can't go eat nowhere. We're talking about bills later on where they charging you. You got a cash receipt on this side, you pay this amount. If you're gonna pay with the credit card, you pay this amount. Then we're gonna add 3% on top of that.
Yeah,
Fee.
we're
We're
getting way out
continuing
there
to
now.
add
Let me
fee
read.
after fee after fee
Let me
on
read.
people.
Let me read to you. You want me
And
to
it's,
respond?
and it's all about a Snicker, man. It's all about,
No. So it says on the USDA website, it says the SNAP program is to supplement
they
families.
say if you eat a Snicker, you'll turn nice.
Hold on now. Hold on.
That's what I saw in those commercials.
It's for
You
nutritional
think you need a
food.
Snicker? You need a
Nutritional
Snicker. They say you'll turn nice if you eat a Snicker.
That's right. That's right.
Do you want to give you a bite of a Snicker, man?
No,
I
I'm
know
good.
you'll turn nice and you'll have some sympathy for the people that we're talking about. Now, man, we don't get SNAP. But why are we trying to regulate these people that's
Trying to
receiving
get them
this
to make
benefit?
healthier choices because I care about the people in my district and the state.
I care about them
And
in
we're
my
the
district
worst,
too.
We're one of the worst in the country on health. So we're trying to fix every piece.
Well, let's
Like I
expand
said,
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Etowah, Representative Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate so much you bringing this bill. I served 10 years on the Etowah County Board of Education, and it was just shock to me because when I was in elementary school, I didn't know anyone with diabetes. And we had to put nurses in all of our schools because of so many children that required insulin daily. It's just epidemic. So what you're doing is absolutely addressing childhood obesity, childhood diabetes. But one thing the legislation wasn't addressing, and I have an amendment that would add energy drinks to the list and just adds the definition.
The clerk see the amendment.
Amendment 2, Senate Bill number 57 by Representative Butler.
And it goes on that it would does not include coffee or tea or anything that is substantially coffee or tea based, but it does have energy drinks that contain at least 65 milligrams of caffeine per 8 fluid ounces. That's exactly what Florida did.
Okay, you've heard the gentleman's explanation of the floor
Find this to be
amendment.
a friendly amendment.
Okay. Sponsor views it as a friendly amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote, 77 ayes, 24 nays. Floor amendment passes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thanks, gentlemen. I recognize the lady from Mobile, Representative Drummond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry. Will the gentleman continue to yield?
Absolutely.
I was sitting back there because I was listening to all of the debate. Now, let me make sure I understand. If a person who receives SNAP, they can't go buy candy, right?
It's a certain candy, like chocolate candy bar or like Skittles or something like that, and chewing gum.
They cannot buy it.
That's right. It says because
because of the sugar content. Am I correct?
It's because of the USDA had put out this that, you know, it's for nutritional food to make, you know, to be able to have a supplement for families that they can't afford to buy healthy food. And this is for food. I mean, you can't survive off of chewing gum, can you?
But it does not include like Kool-Aid, right?
You can buy Kool-Aid.
You can buy Kool-Aid.
Yes, ma'am.
Now,
you can buy the powdered
I
Kool-Aid.
haven't had Kool-Aid in a long, long time, but you put a
can buy
ton of
Gatorade.
sugar in Kool-Aid, right?
That's up to you. I mean, you're making it. I mean,
But
this is
you
a
still put a
concentrate.
ton of sugar in Kool-Aid,
Right.
so you can't buy Kool-Aid.
You can buy Kool-Aid if it's a powder, if it's a already ready-made drink. You know, if it's just ready to add water. which
But
water's-
even if you look at the ready-made drinks, they're full of sugar.
But it doesn't say that. It doesn't address that in mine. I didn't go that far, and neither did OR, to take out that kind of things. They can take that home, buy it at the grocery store, and take it home and add water. They're fine.
Well, I read the bill, and I've been sitting back there. Unlike many, I've been sitting back there quietly listening, trying to listen to the rationale. And you know I have a problem because I think that we're singling out poor people. I heard somebody come up a minute ago across the aisle and talked about the type of folks that are getting SNAP benefits. And I think that we all there's a misnomer about who gets SNAP benefits. It's mostly people who are poor and who can't make ends meet. But it's not just those who are looking for a handout. A lot of these folks are working people, and a lot of them are senior citizens. A lot of them are veterans.
I agree.
And you know, I know some SNAP victims who are not overweight. And so I guess I wanted to ask you, do you have data from some other state where this has been done and you've seen the obesity rate go down? That
I
you've
don't
seen
know,
more
but
people
I
become
can tell
healthy?
you this about our state: we're the third worst in the union. But hold on,
You don't
hold
have
on.
to tell me
Yeah.
about our state.
Okay.
You know, you can look around this room and see that we all eat well.
And the people on
And we're not on SNAP benefits.
But you asked me a question. People on SNAP are more than twice of likely to have obesity and diabetes
But
that are
that's
on
not
SNAP.
the question I asked you. In states that have done this,
They've done it this
do
year.
you have data to see that the obesity rate has gone down?
They've done it this in the last couple of years. It has nothing gone into effect that I know of. You know, like we passed ours this year to go.
So
into
are
effect in
Alabama's
2027.
being the first? I don't think we're the
No,
first.
I didn't say we were the first. I said there's 22 states that have passed something.
So,
recently.
and that's what I want to know is, do we have data?
Recently, it has not gone into place yet. So there's no data on that yet.
Okay,
They passed the same thing
so,
we're passing.
So you're following the same guidelines as USDA, correct?
I'm following the guidelines that if we do nothing, that we're going to lose 20%.
Well, define nothing, because you got to be following somebody's guideline to find out.
So the
to
federal-
define what obesity is and what you need to take away in order to affect change in the obesity rate in the state of Alabama.
I know if we keep doing the same thing, we're going to be on the bottom. And this is one of the pieces of the puzzle that we need to fix.
Well, you know, if we keep doing the same thing,
We're going to get the same results.
If we keep attacking the poor and not giving them something more sustainable than taking away their ability to buy food, because that's what it is. This is a poor versus the rich, or the middle class, or those of us who can afford to buy what we want to buy.
And I hear what you're saying.
But we're penalizing poor people,
But it's
correct?
for nutritional
Because we
food.
have this misnomer that poor people are those individuals who are sitting back, just not doing anything, don't want anything out of life. And SNAP is supposed to empower them a little bit, and they're just sitting back. Let me just tell you, I talked to someone not long ago, and I was somewhat shocked because this young lady was on food stamps. And I told her, your SNAP benefits are going to be taken away. And she said, I'm not on SNAP, I'm on food stamps. So this was somebody who works every day. but because of her salary, you know, we won't raise minimum wage. None of those things that can help empower folks. And she even has limited transportation to be able to go and do better. And I'm just tired of us always just looking at poor people as the problem. Sometimes I think that we're the problem. And see, I know what you mean about doing the same thing, getting the same results, but you don't even know doing the same thing, is that going to make it better? You don't have any data to show that.
Well, talking to the experts that are in this field, other than
Well, see, tell me what
I'm in
the
the food
expert say.
business.
Tell me what the expert says.
They said that a Coca-Cola is not good for you. A Snickers bar or a candy bar is not good for you. That's not nutritional.
But Kool-Aid, which I can go buy sugar,
You want
and
to take
take
Kool-Aid
that
off?
sugar and put it in Kool-Aid.
But you
That's much better for me.
We'll take Kool-Aid off.
But no,
Bring
is
me
that
an
much
amendment.
better for? I can go down the list. It's not just Kool-Aid.
Bring me an amendment.
But
I'll
I
take
can
them
go
all
down the
off.
list because it's rather subjective
Let's
as
follow
to
the
what you
WIC.
say the food items are.
Let's follow
You
WIC.
see, what you deem as inappropriate. I know some folks who are on SNAP who are not obese. Now, don't get me wrong. I think we got an
say
obesity
there's
problem in this
50%.
country, not just in the state of Alabama.
Yes, ma'am.
But I do think that it is time for us to start being much more innovative in our thinking instead of always looking at, another thing, I asked everybody I could on this bill, tell me how much money are we going to save? Let's do away with the obesity rate. How much money will the state of Alabama
We'll save a lot of money on health care.
I don't want you just to say a lot of
Because
money.
of
I'm a
people-
data-driven person. Tell me
I don't
how
know.
much money is it estimated, predicted, projected, or whatever you want to call it. How much are we going
Let's
to
see how
save?
the first 2 years go, and then we'll know. We'll have a figure.
No,
But I don't know.
given the other states, how much have they saved?
Theirs hadn't gone into place yet. They've passed
So
it.
Alabama will be the first to go
No,
into effect?
No. We're 22nd. There's 22 other states that have passed something like this, but there's not enough time to put anything data in place to see how much they've saved on obesity or health care or what.
So 22 other states have done
passed
what we've
similar to
done.
this, right?
They did it in the last year, or?
Yes, ma'am. In the last year.
So there's not even a year's worth of data
That's what
that
I've been
can
trying to
show
tell
us?
you. That's right. So it hadn't even gone into place yet.
Or hasn't gone in effect yet?
That's right.
When does Alabama go into effect?
It'll be July of 27.
Okay.
So you can
And
stack
so
up on candy bars and just put them in the freezer.
Maybe help me to understand the items that we decided that we would put on Alabama's list
Okay.
for being ineligible for SNAP benefits.
Right.
And I want the reasoning why
Okay.
those items were selected.
Well, the number one would be candy bars. Would you feed your child a candy bar when they wake up in the morning and a Coca-Cola?
I don't feed my child. I had a child and I never fed her that. But let me tell you one thing. In my family, we have a high rate of heart attacks, right? So I don't eat meat anymore. I don't eat pork because those things are deemed unhealthy. So would you say if they're unhealthy, we should no longer eat pork in the state of Alabama and beef, red meat? Should we no longer eat those things either?
People would argue with you that meat is.
Well, see, I'd argue with you because in moderation,
Yes,
in moderation.
But I don't think candy bars are good for you in moderation. And I don't think that USDA supplemented put this in
You
place.
were about to give me the list and your rationale behind each of those
Okay.
items.
Well, candy bars and Coca-Colas and chewing gum.
Okay, we
How's
pa-
chewing
we-
gum and you.
We passed those. Give me another one.
That was it, basically. You know, the
Just those
Coca-Colas.
three items?
Coca-Colas with either starting with sugar or the second word sugar, high fructose corn syrup, or
So-
cane syrup.
So if I was a person who likes to drink Powerade,
you can buy Powerade.
Have you looked at the sugar content in Powerade?
No, but they are.
It is rather high.
They are.
It is rather high.
Is it?
Yes.
Let me
So
know.
is there a certain quantity of the sugar that you have that you want to have eliminated?
Second listed. Second.
I'm sorry?
The second ingredient.
What's the
Ladies'
second
time
ingredient?
has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, ma'am. The chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Reverend Van.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Real quickly, listen, heard a lot about this piece of legislation, and I just started looking out into the gallery, and sometimes I just reflect on what I'm going to say. And since we're dealing with the SNAP program, and as you took the microphone, and you and I have always had a really great relationship. You've been really one of those folks here that I really can say you've been very supportive of me over the years through a lot of things. But even with that, as I listened, the first thing I say is it's not our role and responsibility to legislate morality. I've always said that. But then I started hearing the terminology unhealthy. Then I heard the terminology sugary drinks, the candy, and all of these things. You have a store, right?
I do.
Are you going to continue to sell sodas in your store?
I guess I will.
Are you going to continue
Yeah, and
to
so
sell?
will
Yeah,
Walmart and everybody
conti-
continue
That's
to
not what
carry.
I asked you. Are you going to continue to sell candy in your store? Yes, you are.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you a couple of questions because this is the thing that gets me when we bring these pieces of legislation and we sell it to the public, is that it's for the good of all. We're here to save lives. Making health care affordable helps save lives. We can take away candy, but we still have people who cannot afford health care in the state of Alabama. So that math is not mathing to me.
And I think this goes hand in glove. I think
No,
if
it
you-
doesn't go hand
yeah,
in glove.
If
It
you
doesn't.
eat a lot of sugar and you're going to
No,
be
it
unhealthy,
doesn't.
and then you're going to have
But
problems with
listen,
health.
at the end of the day, obesity is either number one or two, and don't quote me on it.
And that's just
as
why
one of the
I'm trying to
unhe-
fix
But
it.
we have so many other diseases out here that are impacting people that are not weight-based issues. We're selling goods, selling this bill of goods that this is going to save lives. This is going to do this. This is going to do this. My question to anyone in here that's supporting this bill, and it's real simple. When the last time you visited a housing community in your district? When in the last time have you gone to a person who's poor or to see a young child that is being raised by his or her grandmother? When have you visited those areas in your district? Because the Bible, the Word of God says the poor will be with you always. And so whenever I see these type of bills, I go back to 1964. You know what 1964 and why it's relative to this bill?
Ma'am.
See, that's the point. We bring the bills, but we don't even know the historical perspective. That's when Lyndon B. Johnson signed it and snapped into law in 1964. So we bring these bills here and then we sell these bills, but then you don't do the research. First of all, you have more white people in America on SNAP than black folk. Number one.
This isn't about
At
color.
the end of the day, you have more white people on SNAP than non-white people that are on SNAP. But also, you know the greatest commodity that is most valued in the house of a person that's poor, and especially with kids? This is the reality check. It's not candy. It's not even the Coca-Cola. You know what it is? It's milk. Why? Because most people that are living in those households have kids that still drink milk and eat cereal.
Milk's
So-
good for you. Cereal.
But here again, but in those cultures, so often we come here and we bring these pieces of legislation when we know there are underlying issues. Y'all could care less about the poor little black kids in the communities. Come on, man, let's talk real talk now. I mean, I'm not here, again, me and you are okay, but when we start selling this type of legislation, it's being sold for a different reason and not for the purpose in which it is intended. Because at the end of the day, with all other programs that are being cut that can help people make ends meet, that can make them better people to be able to provide for their families, there has been cut after cut after cut after cut after cut after cut after cut. At the end of the day, then the elderly who have grandkids. That's not for me to tell a parent, don't give your children Coca-Cola. Don't give your children potato chips. Don't give your kids a Snickers bar. Because if that's the case, most of the people who are sitting in this room right now would never have eaten a Snickers bar or drink a Coca-Cola or eaten a bag of chips. Because that's what kids eat. But they should eat it, and I believe, in moderation. But I'm not here to tell their parents not to give them a Coca-Cola, not to give them candy. And then you're going to leave here, and at some point, by the end of the day, people to a sense of purpose and promise by assuring that we have jobs here, that we have job skills training, that they can make ends meet, that we can provide programs that give them more money. I've said this time and time again, we are so desensitized to reality. And I'm gonna close with this, not to put anyone, I was on a panel a while back with a colleague, and the question was asked about the feeding of the kids. And this person, she's so eloquent, oh, well, we give them, 4 meals and this, da, 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 da. So the room sort of got quiet. And you know what the realization was? She didn't hear the question because she's never served an underserved community to understand that on the flip side, while they're giving Johnny and Becky and Lori and Grace and Faith the good goodie bags, and they get the 4 or 5 meals, the kid on the other side of the road may not have but 1 meal for the whole day. And that's the reality of what you all miss sometimes, because that is the real reality of what people go through. That's the real reality of where people are in these communities. I asked you the question about the public housing communities. How can you address the issues of SNAP and you've not even visited even in your own area?
You never give me time to answer, but yes,
Okay,
I have been in them.
so when the
I have
last
been in
time
them.
you've been there?
And I've been in the position of being poor. I was homeless for several years.
Your homeless don't look like the homeless of these people right here. See, and listen, and when we get into those type of issues, when folks, see, people, when somebody tells me, oh, I've been discriminated before, I have some friends. Listen, I have a nephew, his mother is white. I have cousins, their husbands are white. Our table during Thanksgiving is an eclectic mix of everybody. So I understand, but when I tell them, when they sit around the table, I had it so hard. You ain't had it hard because you never woke up black. You never woke up
Hold
black.
on now.
You
Hold
never
on.
woke up poor as some of the people who are on SNAP and need the SNAP program.
I don't think you heard me. I was homeless for 2 years.
You're
and
homeless.
Not even have a shelter. I lived on the street for 2 years in Florida when my mother ran away with me, and didn't even go to school for 3 years. So I begged for money and begged for food. So don't tell me I hadn't been there.
Yeah, but it's still a
No,
difference
ma'am.
when you begging as a person of one color versus another. Oh, yes, it is. And that's something that is undeniable, totally undeniable. I've worked with the different homeless
I've been there.
programs over all my life.
But this
and
bill
I've
is
been
not
around
about
here.
that.
But it is about
This bill is about,
policing.
if you vote no on this bill, you're okay with cutting funding because this is reforming the benefits.
No, I'm
as
voting no
far as-
on it because it's a clear target of a certain
Well,
group
if
of
we
people.
don't do something to
I'm
pass
voting,
this,
I'm
we
voting
could
no
lose.
because it's a target on the heads of those people that are in marginalized communities that
We
are
could
real
lose.
homeless and that are real poor, and that we sit around here in this building and strip everything from them on a regular basis, day in and day out, and we come here and we say we doing it in the name of Trump, we're doing it in the name of this person and this person, but at the end of the day, the rich still benefits from this and the poor still gets poor. So now we can debate it all we want to, and me and you gonna still be all right when it's over. But at the end of the day, you're telling me that if a grandmother has 5 kids in the house and she needs to or wants to provide for a snack for those 5 grandkids, that she won't be able to do it, and she doesn't have any other funds to be able to go to the store to get Ray, Pookie, Nikki, and Keisha any snacks. So like I said, at the end of the day, this is a whole different reality that we are not dealing with, because there is going to be an unintended consequence for that mother or grandmother that's already on a fixed income and then cannot provide those other things, because most kids get a snack. Who determines what type of snack a child gets in the school system? So at the end of the day, you can call it whatever you want to, but it's not benefiting those individuals who won't have that extra $35 or won't have that extra $10 or $15 to be able to go get that snack. So I understand what you're saying, but on the flip side of that, see, I go to Smithfield House.
The lady's time has expired.
In Birmingham. Yeah.
I'd like to recognize a special guest in the gallery, Councilwoman Connie Taylor. She is from Auburn, and she is the guest of Representative Warren. I guess Representative Lovern too, right? I also like to recognize former member Steve Flowers in the chamber today. It's always good to have Steve in the chamber with us. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Absolutely, sir.
I just wanted to come to talk a little bit about the bill and the people it served. I know we've never talked about this, but I was the Community Action Agency director in Mobile for over 10 years, serving people below the poverty level. So I got a keen understanding of that process, and also the Head Start programs. I had all that, served a whole lot of people in Mobile and Washington County. The people that I know that are on SNAP are not really on SNAP by choice. They're on SNAP because of condition.
That's right.
And I would just say to us, it seems to me sometimes we feel comfortable auditing the diets in places where people who are below poverty go, and many of them there because of no really fault of their own. They wound up in that situation as you described yourself. And I think that what we really need to look at, if we are really concerned about health care, we've had the opportunity, and we still have an opportunity, to deal with the lack of affordable health care in Alabama. Hopefully, that will be our next effort to do something about that. But I was listening to all the debate back and forth and about this, and what I don't want to get lost is the people who are actually served by it. And
There's a lot of people out there that need it and deserve it, and I don't want to take it away from anybody, but I do want to lean to a healthier choice because I just don't think that a candy bar and a Coca-Cola is the best thing for them to wake up for breakfast and then run off to school, and we wonder about behavioral problems. But it's not just about the kids. It's there are adults that are making the bad choices too, and we would rather for their health to be good than be bad because, we've got a participation rate in the state on workforce that when they get 60, 65, they're giving out because they don't feel good. And we want them to understand the healthy choice.
I wanted to speak to that statement about Coca-Colas and candies for breakfast. I know a lot of families who are below the poverty level. I've never been the one to drink Coca-Colas and eat candy for breakfast.
Yes, sir.
I just want to make sure that in our discussion that we maintain the integrity of those folks who are getting those services.
I agree. I totally agree. There's a lot of people out there that have needs, and I'm trying to save the funding because if we don't do anything, we're going to lose money. But if we do something, we have an opportunity to gain money. We're at 260-something million now, and we can get up in the next 5 years up to $1 billion if we do something on reform. And I don't want to take a chance on losing money.
But this is really temporary, the process, because in 2027, something else could be happening.
Well, I don't know. Not on this. I mean, I don't know that this body would, but I think this, I don't want to cut it any deeper of hearing the needs. This was a compromise bill. When I first filed my bill, it had no Coca-Colas, that you couldn't buy any Coca-Cola, couldn't buy any I say Coca-Cola in general, any soft drinks, no pre-prepared desserts, Twinkies and stuff. You can still buy all that, as long as, the second ingredient is not sugar or high fructose corn syrup. And you can still buy a lot of the birthday cakes and the Twinkies and that stuff now in this bill. But the way I had it at first and the compromise would not have done it. But I agree, I sympathized, and we, in this bill, only 2 no's in the Senate. So I think it was a good compromise.
Well, I'm glad you took the birthday cakes out. That's hard for anybody to remember that their mother couldn't buy them a birthday cake.
That's right. And the first one, they couldn't buy a birthday cake, but they can buy the birthday cake and Twinkies.
Well, hopefully we'll just keep it to the point where we understand why people are on SNAP.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Chair recognizes Representative Datcher of Jefferson.
Well, the gentleman of the year.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you for the recognition there, Mr. Pringle. Mr. Chairman, I'm really glad that it's you presenting this bill because I know your heart, I know your spirit, and a lot of unfortunately, our debate has felt a little mean-spirited, so I really don't like that. So I'm glad it's you carrying this because I know who you are and how you
Means a lot.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. There are already some limits, right, on how SNAP can be used before we do this, right?
Yes, sir.
And what mainly are those?
There's no alcohol. You can't buy alcohol. Of course, you can't buy gasoline. You can't buy, I don't know what else it wasn't it. I know alcohol and gasoline, but that's pretty much the gist of it. Yes, sir.
You know, for me, there are a couple things. One, part of it is a dignity factor. My mom, when I grew up, my single mom, we were on food stamps. And I remember when she got a job really good enough at counting at Kimberly-Clark plant, that we weren't on food stamps anymore. And we had that family conversation when she talked about it. But when we used them, I remember we had the old food stamp books that we would use at Piggly Wiggly and Winn-Dixie and Childersburg. And I know that my mom was responsible with those choices, right? I know that she did what she thought was best for her children. I kind of worry about the mom who does the same thing, but you know, those checkout aisles are filled with all the candy and all that kind of stuff. And maybe that kid has made straight A's, or maybe the kids had a really great day, and they ask for a Hershey bar or something, and that mom can't get it in that moment, right? Not that candy has been sustenance, but just kind of a treat for them in that moment, and that parent can't make that decision. We're making that decision for them, you know, and that gives me pause.
And I think that we're using the kids as a soft spot. It's not just the kids here. So you've got adults that are not healthy, that are running to the store and buying a Coca-Cola and a candy bar for lunch, and they're buying a cold beer or something like that. And it's not what this program was set up for. It was set up for nutrition, to make people healthier, to give them healthy choices. And I think, whether you like the administration or don't like the administration that's in there now, I know that Obama had made some changes or tried to make some changes.
And we didn't like those, right? We really demonized Michelle Obama for wanting folks to eat a little bit better. I mean, we called her all kind of names, some of which I wasn't in this body, but there's some people in his body called her some pretty bad names.
She had a big heart. She had a big heart, and she meant well. And I mean, like I was telling somebody earlier, Obama was my president. I'm a U.S. citizen. He was my president, and I respected that, And Michelle Obama had done strides for health, and she's still doing it today. And I commend her for that.
Well, I put on weight in this house every year, so
I do too.
I did a little bit better.
I gain about 10 or 11 pounds when I'm here.
Yep.
But it's about making healthier choices. We're the third worst in the country, and the feds had told us to clean everything up. It told everybody in the country did, and so 22 other states have done it. Or if we don't do it, we're going to lose funding.
Well, one of the reasons we're the worst one of the worst in America is that we didn't accept the Affordable Care Act, and we don't have adequate primary health care across the state of Alabama. We have 27 hospitals that are going to close in the next couple of years, but I think it's a multifaceted problem and not just a single thing. There's one thing I do want to do. Right here in Birmingham, right in Birmingham, part of the places I represent, Coca-Cola is employing hundreds of folks. And they're building a $330 million plant. Buffalo Rock is also in my district. They're headquartered there. And my grandmother swore that Buffalo Rocks could cure cancer, right? She thought it was the greatest thing in the world. So I hope we don't demonize the hardworking people of Coca-Cola United, of Buffalo Rock, folks who deliver these sodas every day, people who do the work, because there are lots and lots of really good people who work really hard. And these, you see a lot of Pepsi and a lot of Coke on scoreboards at high schools all across the state as well. So these are companies that are involved charitably in our community. So I don't want us to kind of make them the demons and the bad guys.
And you're right. We work with them. They did have a lot of heartburn. We don't want to cause anything that's going to have any fractured on any jobs. We want to build jobs. And we work with the lady that's Virginia that's over the Beverage Association, and she's good with this or better with this. So she's blessed it, and so it's not as deep as the other states. So
yeah, I just I know we're going to talk about school choice a little later and government funding. I wish we would give families choices here because we really want to give folks choices sometimes, and then we don't want them to make choices on the other way, right? Because we're going to spend what, $250 million on school choice next year, and we're fine just throwing that money out the door, and that's going to blow a hole in our budget down the road. We know that. But right here on, SNAP, families only getting a couple $100 a month. And I don't want us to make the families or the people who create these products, make them the bad guys here when we're doing things on the other side that makes us feel a little hypocritical. So the last thing is the fiscal note on this, right? The fiscal note had the word that I haven't seen anywhere else. I got to find out what's going on because the word undetermined is in there.
So we took DHR out and we took the revenue department out. There is no, as far as we know, there's no physical note.
Somebody's got to pay the cost of categorizing this.
Well, we think that's coming on the federal side. That's what we're hoping, and it gives us enough time.
I haven't
come back
seen
in February to be able to do something, but in this budget,
I mean, I haven't seen anything from this administration that would lead me to believe, and I work on these issues every single day, that this is their concern. I don't want us to. We're going to do an unfunded mandate to small business. So we're going to kick this can down the road. We're going to pass these costs off to small business. So they got to figure out which of these candies and sodas are going to be, categorized here. They got to figure out how to do the UPS codes. They got to figure out how to put things the right way. And that's going to be millions of dollars that are going to be passed right on to their customers at a time when affordability has to be the most important thing we think about every single day.
and there is a unified effort being done to be able to capture those costs. It's not through the state of Alabama. It's a federal side. So we're finding more and more out about this every day.
Well,
That's the reason we took DHR out, so that we wouldn't
But it's
have
the
a
real
physical
cement.
note.
So how stores going to know what's on the list? Who's going
So
to
it doesn't
create that
go
list?
into place until July of 27, and that gives everybody enough time to be able to get online with this and to change the screw codes. And
Right, but where is that list going to come from? Of
So
what
like I
sodas?
say, it's on the federal side. We've been talking to the people in Washington on some stuff.
Are we going to
I
have to
don't
come
really know,
back
to
in
be
the
honest
doc?
with you. If I told you, I would be guessing. But I just know
Yes,
there's
sir.
a unified
I appreciate
effort
that honesty.
nationwide to get that, to make sure that it's not a cost that falls on the states or the Coca-Cola company.
So if I'm fortunate to be reelected, are we going to be back here trying to figure out how to adopt this?
I hope we'll have answers on that soon, to be honest with you.
Well, I hope I get back, and I hope I get a palatial estate across the street and able to enjoy
Hey,
myself.
I tell you what, you're a good legislature and you're a dear friend, and I hope in anything I can do to help you, I'll be glad to.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The chair would like to recognize some special guests in the gallery. We have with us today the Coffee County Youth Leadership. They are the guests of Representative Marquis, Hammond, and Sells. Would you please stand to be recognized? Stand. Welcome. Welcome to the Alabama House of Representatives. I would also like to recognize Tricia Collins. She is the daughter of Representative Terry Collins. Please stand. Where are you? Welcome. Welcome to the Alabama House of Representatives. The chair now recognizes Representative Lands of Madison.
Thank you for the recognition. Does the gentleman yield?
Absolutely. Yes.
Thank you, sir. Couple of questions. First of all, I'm just trying to, and I know that we're trying to address the issue of Alabama being so unhealthy, and we're wanting to do something proactive about that. I get
That's
that.
part of it, but the other part of it is that the feds are making us do something or we're going to lose funding.
I wanted to ask about that too, but my first question, just in targeting this particular population, is there any evidence? I mean, I don't know that people that are on SNAP benefits buy sodas or chocolate. Heaven forbid you take away our chocolate, but Skittles are okay, but not the chocolate. But I don't know that there's any evidence that points to that people on SNAP benefits buy more unhealthy food than the rest
Well,
of
there's
us.
no harm. If they don't buy that stuff, then it's no problem. I don't know why we're talking about it. So if
Well,
there's no evidence of that, then what's the subject? I mean, let's just get rid of it if there's no evidence of it.
Well, it seems that in that respect, then, that the bill is prejudicial and stereotyping stigmatizing folks. So that's of concern to me. But I also want to understand a little bit about this money you talk about that we'd be at risk of losing if we didn't do something. So
okay.
can you unpack that for me a bit?
So there was, I guess, something that the governor had received from the feds, and this came from Washington of what we had heard, and we've got it. We could lose up to 20%. That's the reason 22 other states have implemented, and other states are doing it as well. So, you know, this is a nutritional program, and a Coca-Cola and this kind of stuff that we're taking off are not nutritional.
So they're saying that we have to do this particular thing.
No,
or
no.
we'll
Other
lose-
states
okay.
have done a lot worse. We're probably the slackest. So a lot of states have just cut out Cokes, cut out energy drinks, cut out all kind of pre-prepared desserts. You know, other states are a lot worse. I'd say we're probably the less slack. But we can, if you got an amendment to bring it, we can take out all of it. We'll be glad to, if that's what you're talking about.
No,
Oh,
no.
okay. I'm sorry.
I'm just trying to understand the money
ma'am.
that you're referring to that would be at
So
risk.
it's
And
the risk
doesn't it?
is if we don't do nothing, we could be at risk of losing money, and we could be at risk of gaining up to $1 billion over the next 5 years. And I've got that information here from the.
But if we
feds,
don't
you
do
wanna look at it.
something, we're at risk of losing the funding. But what is it that
I guess
is
it's
doing
from-
nothing? What is it that they want us to
They
do?
want us to reform, you know, I guess what we're doing. It's not nutritional. I guess what they're talking about, nutritional stuff being, I guess, similar to WIC, but we're not going to cut it that deep. You know, I don't think that would be good to cut it that deep. But I've got
So-
the information here if you'd like to look at it.
Is it not tied to the error rate as well?
The error rate is different than what we're talking about, but we could be losing money if we
If we don't address the error
don't
rate?
address the error rate. And right now we're a little upside down on the error rate, but that's DHR that's working on that. But I think it's, you know, don't get me started on that because that's not in the bill, and I don't know. If I said anything, I would be guessing. So I don't want to go down that road as far as the error road. I don't know how that works. But this is addressing a more of a healthier approach, taking away candy bars, chewing gum,
I
and
thought chocolate was healthy.
you know, it depends on some healthy, but I mean, you look up if it depends on how much sugar. Dark chocolate's healthy, you know, dark
Right,
chocolate's
but-
healthy. But you could look at the sugar content is what this addresses. Is the
No,
sugar
no, I got you. I was just kidding there. But aren't you concerned that adding this further burden of proof in to the system will actually increase the error rate?
I don't know that. That's what I said. I don't really know enough to talk about the error rate, to be honest with you. That's not in the bill. And we've chose to take on Senator Orr's bill, and that's not in this bill. So I didn't school up on that. So the error rate is something that's happened in the rearview mirror, and that they're trying to correct. It's nothing in the windshield. We're talking about the windshield of what we could do to make people in this state healthy and to keep them at work and to keep them out of the hospitals and the health care, and also to make sure that they receive their benefits, the whole 500 that they get or whatever they get now, to make sure they don't lose that. And that's what this bill is about. This bill isn't about taking anything away. This bill is about doing what we're mandated to do without losing the funding.
And how will it affect our retailers, our grocery stores?
So we think if you get a card that's got 500 on it, do you think they're going to leave that store without spending all that money for that month? I don't think so.
But
They're
I
gonna
mean,
spend
the
all-
burden that's going to be placed on our grocery stores to make these changes.
So to make the changes like I addressed before, it's a national effort to be able to abide by it, and there's a mechanism being done, and I don't mean to be pulling that out of the sky, but I don't know what that mechanism is. I've just been told that on a unified effort for the country that's going to have to be reformed on SNAP, that there's a unified effort out there that's being done that should be ready before the mandated date. And most of these states, mandated dates are going into 27.
Well, I know our retailers have some concerns, and I used to work in grocery stores. That's how I raised
And I
money
own
to go to
basically
college.
a grocery store, so yeah, I get you.
And that was back in the day before we had scanners, but I know it will be a process for them to update everything and to be compliant.
And it's no different. It's no different than we reduced the sales tax on groceries. They had to adjust, right? And did it cost them any money? But no. But you know, they're going to still. People still going to buy food. People still going to spend their $500 on their card. It's no harm, no foul. You know, we're just trying to make people to what this was intended for, that USDA implemented it for, and it's gotten out of hand. And it's gotten out of hand because there's so many new products like Skittles and stuff. I don't mean to be pointing that out.
Yeah.
That lures people to get that money to where they should be buying something healthy like a sweet potato or, you know,
Right,
a
nobody
piece
should
of
be
meat
eating
or something.
Skittles.
And me and you
Yeah.
don't eat that kind of way.
Yeah,
I mean,
we
we don't
don't
sit
eat
down
Skittles.
and eat 3 candy bars or something for breakfast or a Coca-Cola. We try to eat healthy so we can
No,
survive.
But I am concerned about the cost to the retailers, to
And
the
we are too.
stores.
We're sensitive
and
on that.
I'm afraid that one unintended consequences of this may be that we lose some stores, and so we increase the food deserts that we already have. I just can see ramifications play out that aren't good for any of us and make it even harder for people to get healthy food in their hands. I do know that at the farmers market that my church sponsors, I see a lot of people using their benefits there. And that is a wonderful thing. And I'll just echo what some of my colleagues have said, especially Representative Warren, because we all know that positive reinforcement is what changes behavior, not negative reinforcement. And so the program where we double the benefits, I mean, I think there are so many good things that we could look at in a positive nature and not a punitive one.
And I
That
think
would
this
really
is part
help
of that.
everybody.
We've got to start somewhere, don't you?
You do have to start somewhere, but I'd like to start somewhere that helps everybody, all Alabamians, and not just the people on benefits, because again, I feel like it is stigmatizing and prejudicial.
So if we
and
don't
then the
do
other
anything-
thing, I know there have already been lawsuits and challenges raised in other states. Have you been following any of that? Do you have concerns about that?
I'm not a lawyer. I'm just told what the feds, and I'm concerned about our people of the state of Alabama losing their benefits. And I don't think that 20% off of that $500 card up to is healthy for them to lose that money. So I'm trying to make a collective effort to pass something before that deadline, and that's what this is about.
Well, thank you for letting me speak. And again, I applaud trying to do something to make our people healthier, but I think we could do something that would benefit far more people and be a better use of our time. Thank you.
ma'am.
Question for the body's final passage of SB 557. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 75 yeas, 27 nays. SB 57 passes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before we call the
Thank
next
you, Body.
bill, I saw a very distinct, Mr. Poole's leaving. Clerk, call the next bill on the special order calendar.
On page 5 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 180 by Senator Barfoot, relating to the Board of Pardons and Paroles.
Chair recognizes Representative Hill of St. Clair.
Mr. Speaker, this is exactly the same bill that this House has already passed. And in fact, the Senate has passed the House version of this bill, so I believe, according to my chairman of my Rules Committee, there's no reason for us to go forward. Is that correct, Mr. Lovett? Mr. Lovett tells me what the proper thing to do is simply carry this over as a House bill that does exactly the same thing. It's already passed the House and the Senate, and it's on
Question
its
for the
way to the
body's
governor.
motion to carry all over. In favor, say aye. All opposed, ayes have, bills carry over. Clerk, call the next bill on the special order calendar.
On page 18 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 164 by Senator Jones, relating to Class 4 municipalities.
Chair recognizes Representative Butler of Etowah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a bill identical to the one the House already passed. It only affects the city of Gadsden. We have passed this, I think this is the third or the fourth year. So this time the Senate did pass it, so this would get it moved to final passage. but it simply allows the city of Gadsden, if they choose to keep their accountant for a 4th year. With that, a move for the BR.
Chair recognizes Representative McCampbell of Marengo. While waiting on him to come down, Chair would like to recognize Carol Garrett from Trustful. She is the wife of Representative Danny Garrett. Carol, please stand. Where are you? Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Gentleman, you.
Yes, sir.
Tell me what's actually going on with this bill.
Well,
What will it do?
apparently, many years ago, it excluded Class 4 municipalities from keeping the same accountant for the 4th year, except the city of Tuscaloosa, when it passed, it exempted themselves from it. And our friend Craig Ford, that was here at the time with us, is now mayor of Gadsden, and he would like to have the same ability to keep his accountant for a 4th year if he chooses to. He said it does prevent some problems when you keep having to hire somebody new all the time.
Oh,
if
okay.
people want to stay. But it only applies to the city of Gadsden.
Okay, well,
And we've passed this, I think this is the 3rd or 4th time we passed it, the House version of this already this session.
okay, but you have another bill after this one.
Yes, sir. And it's for the city of Gadsden as well. Only Gadsden.
Oh,
Yes, sir.
how are you going to? Well, I guess I need to wait.
We'll discuss
on
it,
that
yeah,
bill. Okay, I want to talk to him when we get to his next bill.
Question for the body's adoption of the BR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 97 yeas, no nays. The BR is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If there are no more questions, I would move for final passage, please.
Question for the body's final passage of SB 164. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 90 yeas, no nays. SB 164 passes. Clerk, call the next bill in the special order calendar.
On page 19 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 165 by Senator Jones relating to municipal elections.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this bill also, we have passed the identical bill to it probably 2 months ago. And this was requested by the city of Gadsden. It only applies to the city of Gadsden, but it would change their school board and city council qualifying fees from $50 to $250 and the mayor's seat from $100 to $500. With that, I move for the BR.
Talking the BR or the bill? Okay. Chair recognizes Representative McCampbell from Marengo.
Okay, this is the one I think I want to talk about.
Yes, sir.
How does your bill read? Does it specifically say the city of Gadsden?
It says Class 4 municipalities, but the way they explained it to me at LSA is that the way when it was adopted, it will never, because I asked that question, could it be Tuscaloosa? Could it be if another city becomes Class 4? And they said no. It only applies to the city of Gadsden. When they adopted it, it only will deal with them. But it doesn't change anybody else's qualifying fees.
Okay, I think it, you know, what makes it only exclusive to Gadsden?
They told me at the time it was adopted, and I don't remember exactly in the weeds, but I had this when we had it in committee, that this question came up, so I was ready for it because I did get that information. But it had to do with how they adopted it and when they adopted it. That it would
Okay,
not
now-
affect it, because they assured me it does not affect anybody else, because I was concerned about that affecting someone at a later. Because I've had this through committee now twice. I had the House version a couple months ago, and then the Senate version a while back.
So you're standing here and
Yes, sir.
making sure.
Yes, sir, I
just
did make
making
sure.
sure that even though Tuscaloosa is a Class 4 municipality,
Does not touch them.
that it does not touch them at all.
Yes, sir, that's my word. Yes, sir.
And so we're not going to have to address and change our qualifying fees in Tuscaloosa.
No, sir. They assured me that it would only impact the city of Gadsden, and Gadsden passed a resolution requesting this. And this is our friend, Mayor Ford. that, by the way, is doing an incredible job as mayor. Who knew? He's the best mayor we have ever had.
Okay. All right. That's all I'm trying to do. Just make sure you've got it where, and I guess I need to go back and read it because I do know Tuscaloosa is a class.
Class 4, yes, sir. Yes. Tuscaloosa
And,
Gadsden.
and
others could become.
We, members of the Tuscaloosa delegation, hadn't heard about it until, you know.
Now, this came up in committee.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Question for the body's adoption of the BR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 91 yeas, no nays. The BR is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If there are no more questions, I would move for final passage, please, sir.
Question for the body's final passage of SB 165. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 79 yeas, no nays. SB 165 passes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members.
Clerk, call the next bill in the special order calendar.
On page 32 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 304 by Senator Albritton relating to municipalities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many of you have received an amendment on your desk while we were gone for lunch, but this bill deals with sales or the business license for contractors. In many cases, what was happening was you have a home base. Just say you live in your home and you're paying your business license on your total sales. What's happening, they were doing business outside that city in 4 or 5 different cities, and those cities were actually doing it on their total sales as well. So that business could pay 3, 4, and 5 times the amount that they should be paying. So through a lot of work and debate, this was on the calendar yesterday, that's what this bill did, or before the amendment. But I ran into a problem, and this amendment fixes that. Before this amendment, so you'll know the difference, the different places outside the home base were going to be able to deduct from the home county or the home city. So basically, the home city could have receive no income, no tax, or no business license from that. So what this does, wherever the business goes, that's where the business license will follow. In other words, if I have a business in Dothan and I do $5 million worth of business and I have 3 or 4 different locations, that $1 million business in the other location, I only pay for the amount of business that is, rather than my total amount in the home base. So with that, move for BIR.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 101 yeas, 2 nays. The BIR is adopted.
Okay, I have an amendment, and I will explain what this amendment does. I left it on my desk. Okay, this is the amendment that you have on your desk, and it removes some lines and replaces, but at the end of the day, the goal is, need to keep in mind, every city has a choice. When they're doing their business license, they can do a flat fee, or they can do it on gross sales. That's their choice. We're not here to dictate their business. What this amendment does, it allows the home base to only charge for the work done, if they use gross pay business license, only for the work that's done in that city. Okay? If you have 4 or 5 other cities, at that point, that city can only charge what the amount of gross sales is, or they can charge for a flat fee. That's their choice. We did realize that if you have your home base in Dothan, for example, that there are some costs that come along with that: fire, water, sewage, those type things. So they're able to charge an additional $500, up to additional $500 if they so choose. In another amendment in this, it also starts in January of this coming year. So that's the amendment, what the amendment does to the bill.
Mr. Easterbrook, you want to speak to the amendment? Mr. Hill? Mr. Datcher? Shall recognize Representative Datcher of Jefferson.
Please,
Yes,
yield.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your assistance and work on this. When it first came down, it feels like some of the other things that are happening, frankly, that give us some heartburn. But Birmingham, that many of us represent, is home to some of the best builders, the biggest builders in America. They employ tens of thousands of Alabamians and generate millions of dollars in taxes. So we want to make sure that we help, and they support a lot of small businesses as subcontractors. So we want to do what we can to help those folks. But we do have a little bit of some concerns, and I appreciate you working on that amendment that allows us to recognize and clarify what gross receipts meant. Because at the beginning of this, folks were using the phrase double taxation, and I'm really, disappointed that they used that phrase because it simply was not true, and it clouded the conversation and led us down the wrong way. So that's okay. There's an exception in here for counties that is not great either, because county work being done inside of a county is now not a part of the taxes. So if they're building a new courthouse for the county in your city and an incident or an accident happens on that site, the city still has to respond with its resources, with its police, with its fire, with whomever, whereas there's no cost attached to that project. So, we know that the votes are to pass it, so but we have to say that, and we talked to the folks at the county association. They understood it. They didn't want to change it, but they understood that we had that concern. But I do want to make sure that, and I may have to come back on the bill because some other things are happening, but cities and metro areas drive the economy that we spend every single day, all the money that we spend on the budget, and it feels like we're really cutting away at cities' ability to employ people, to create the infrastructure that we need to create jobs. And so I want to make sure that we're always mindful that if we don't have good infrastructure, roads and sewers and all that kind of stuff, we can't build businesses, we can't employ folks. So when we chip away and undermine cities' ability to generate the revenue they need, that causes some issues and hurts us being competitive with folks around the country. But I do appreciate your assistance in getting this done.
Thank you for your help as well. Thank you.
I recognize Representative Travis of Hale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With Gentleman, yeah.
Yes, sir.
I wanted to come up and just speak in reference because I think as we deal with this particular issue, you get the calls from both cities and corporations, but most people don't realize, and probably by reference from being a home builder and stuff like that, that people don't realize that everybody that goes for a home build, like if I got a concrete contractor, if I'm in one city building, and then they come to another city, they still have to buy business license there, which eventually it passes on. But particularly with the issue where a company is located in, for instance, they may be located in Tuscaloosa, then they say that's the corporate. But then if they want to charge for work, as that gross for work done in Hale County, Pickens County, stuff like that, that was so, which in end cost, additional cost that's really passed on to the bill of the homeowner and everything. So I think what this does and everything, it makes it more fair. I know they may feel like it's revenue, but I think this falls solidly on the side of trying to help different businesses, because when you talk about for concrete, which is one product contractor that we may need. You've got air conditioning, you got bricks, different stuff like that. So we start adding that up and everything. But this makes it more fair because they are now paying their license based upon where they're doing the work.
Exactly.
And it's not going back, and then they're double taxation, which means they in turns has to pass that additional cost on to the consumer and everything. Because like I said, regardless the charges to the business, and they got to turn around and make up for it. And then when times like this, such as additional fuel costs and stuff like that, that often get passed on, this is a help. So this, to me, is more fair and falls solid on the sides of helping businesses out, but also not really penalizing cities. It just makes them know what the rule of the ball game so that they can effectively go about calculating that and everything. And this typically really is more effective because most small towns don't have many big business, that stuff you typically this. So this really makes it fair. It's not hurting the small towns as much, and it's more fair to everybody involved. Thank you for working on this.
Thank you.
Mr. McCampbell, do you want to speak on the amendment of the bill? The amendment. Chair recognizes Representative McCampbell of Marengo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Gentlemen,
Yes, sir.
I want to thank you for doing exactly what you said. You and I had a conversation about this particular issue, and I brought you my concerns about it. And when you had an opportunity to think about some of the things I said, you actually came back with something that addressed them. Now, I didn't have any answers. I really didn't have any answers, but they were concerns. And the concern was, I know how business works, and I've said it from this microphone several times today. Whatever expenses a business incurs, it actually gets passed down to my constituents. And so if we have unfair taxation process, and businesses are having to pay additional taxes and things, it's going to get passed down in terms of the cost of the services to us. So I just wanted to come up and say thank you. This is the way legislation is supposed to be handled. It's supposed to be a collaborative opportunity to try and get the best product out of this body for our constituents, each and every one of the people of the state of Alabama. So I appreciate the way you handled it and encourage other legislators to know that this is how you handle legislation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Question for the body's adoption of the amendment. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 103 yeas, no nays. The amendment is adopted. Now the chair recognizes Representative Easterbrook of Washington.
For the recognition, will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I want to thank you for building this, for bringing this bill. As a home builder, I build in multiple municipalities, and it's not unusual that I have to pay $2,000 to $3,000 in business license because of properties that I built outside of that municipality. That is not cost that I bear. I pass that on to the consumer, the homeowner. And at a time when building costs are already sky high, and an additional $2,000 to $3,000 is kind of out of line.
and there's nothing fair about it, because that's not where the project took place. And we should only pay taxes on our business license for the property that we build in that specific location. I just want to say thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from St. Clair, Representative Hill.
I got a good run going, so don't brag.
You know, may I speak, Mr. Lee?
Yes, sir.
Yes, listen. I'm not going to come down here and tell you how much I appreciate you bringing this bill, because shucks, I don't. But, and let me tell you what my problem is. Municipalities basically derive revenue from two sources. If you really look at it, I mean, think of some others, but basically two sources: sales tax and licensing fees. That's where most of our municipal monies come from. Consequently, when we cut into either of these two, it creates a problem. Your amendment, you know what, may I see the amendment? Can I see a copy of the amendment? Yeah, Paul Lee's amendment. Yeah, thanks. Here's my problem. Call your attention on your amendment to line 34, parentheses 3. This subsection may not be construed to allow a municipality in which a business maintains a physical place, of business to use the gross receipts derived from work performed by the business in another jurisdiction to impose a business license fee on any business listed in subdivision B1, which is the ones we're talking about, exactly what we're talking about. When we do that, we are going to reduce the gross receipts received by the business within the city where the business is located. Consequently, we will reduce their licensing fee. The city within which the business is located provides fire protection, police protection, administrative services, streets, and many other things to that business. If that business, I guess I got two thoughts here. Number one, if that business does not want to pay a gross receipts licensing fee to the city, easy. Move outside the city limits. Go into the county. When you do, don't call us when your business catches on fire or when somebody gets shot or you have a problem there that you need a policeman because you're broken into, because we're not going to respond. We don't have to respond in our police jurisdictions. No city that we represent responds within our police jurisdiction. We do respond within our city limits, and we do collect a gross receipts tax based on that fact. So if these folks simply do not want to pay that, it's so easy. Get out of the city. Not a problem. So I have here, Mr. Lee, an amendment to your amendment. And my amendment to your amendment simply removes lines 34 through 39, paragraph 3, which means that if my business is charged, this business within my city is charged a licensing fee in another city, that does not affect the gross receipts that must be paid to my city for the protection we give to that business. I will assure you that every mayor and city councilman in the state of Alabama does not want their business license fees impacted. And that's what this does. So with that, Mr. Lee, if I could.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Offer that amendment.
You heard the gentleman's explanation to the amendment. How does the sponsor receive the amendment?
It is not a friendly amendment. I would not support it.
You moving to table it?
I'm moving to table it.
So the question is, if you want to table the amendment, your vote will be aye. If not, your vote will be no. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 80 ayes, 5 nays. The amendment has been tabled.
By golly. Gotcha.
I move for final passage.
That is questions final pass of SB 304 as substituted. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 92 ayes, 4 nays. SB 304 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the body.
On page 26 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 221 by Senator Orr, relating to taxation.
Representative Robertson, you're recognized. Let's carry that bill over. I'll call it back up in a minute. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 6 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 62 by Senator Orr, relating to charter schools.
Representative Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. Senate Bill 62 is related to charter schools in the state of Alabama. This would allow the public charter schools to access the debt market so that they can have the capital necessary to do capital improvement projects, improvements on their campuses. And with that, I ask for the BIR.
That is questions. Adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 96 ayes, 2 nays. BR has been adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If there are no further questions, I ask for final passage.
That is questions. Final passage of SB 62. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 94 ayes, 3 nays. SB 62 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, let's call back up SB 221.
On page 26 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 221 by Senator Orr, relating to taxation.
Representative Robertson.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, body. Under existing law, credit card transaction fees are included in the sales and use tax calculating for purchases. This bill would provide that a credit card transaction fee is excluded from sales and use tax calculations on the price of goods and services purchased by credit and debit card. With that, I ask for the BIR.
That is questions. Adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 83 ayes, 15 nays. The BIR has been adopted. Representative Robertson.
With that, I ask for final passage.
That's questions. Final passage of SB 221. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 75 ayes, 18 nays. SB 221 has passed.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
you, body.
Clerk, call next bill.
On page 29 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 178 by Senator Barfoot, relating to trusts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this is an ALI bill, and what it does is if you have a trust instrument that does not specify how much the receipts are allocated between income and principal, this allows the trustee to allocate the income between the principal and the income, depending, and to be in line with the Uniform Principal and Income Act. Move for the BRR.
As questions, adoption of the BRR, clerk will unlock the machine, the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote, 102 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Representative Wadsworth.
If there's no any other questions, move for final passage.
That is questions. Final passage of SB 178. Clerk will unlock the machine, the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote, 103 ayes, 0 nays. SB 178 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, body.
Thanks, the gentleman. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 25 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 199 with substitute by Senator Kelly relating to sex offenders.
Representative Butler, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the exact same bill that we passed in this chamber a couple of months ago. It deals with mainly putting polygraph. It's may, not shall, with sex offenders. And we do have, I'd move for the BRR.
That is questions. Adoption of the BRR. Clerk will unlock the machine, the member will vote.
We had a committee sub on this.
Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote, 104 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Representative Butler.
Yes, sir. We had a committee sub. The Senate had amended it, and in committee, we put it back exactly as it was that we passed.
Okay, so the way it passed off the House.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, you heard the gentleman's explanation. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote, 102 ayes, 0 nays. Substitute has been adopted.
I'd move for final passage.
That is questions. Final passage of SB 199 as substituted. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote, 104 ayes, 0 nays. SB 199 as substituted has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members.
Thanks, the gentleman. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 7 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 138 with substitute by Senator Roberts relating to franchises.
Thank you, Speaker. This bill, what it would do is require that if you are in an existing franchise agreement, the franchisor cannot come in, purchase your franchise, or purchase as the franchisor, and then require you to open or operate on days that violate your strongly held religious beliefs. So I didn't carry this. So is there a substitute out of committee that we need to pass?
I'm not. I've shown it's got a substitute on it. Let's get the BR real quick.
Okay,
We'll figure
without
it
a
out.
move for the BIR.
The question for the body's adoption of the BR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 105 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted. Representative Roberts.
And I have a substitute, so if that move for passage of the substitute.
Okay, what is the substitute? Can you
The
tell us?
substitute, I basically described the substitute earlier.
I got you.
When I described the bill, it just allows that if you are a franchisor and you purchase, if you were the franchisor, basically if you're a hedge fund, you come in and buy a franchise, those franchisees of you can't change the agreement unless the agreement is up for renewal.
Okay, you heard the
force
gentleman's
them,
execution of the substitute. Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall, speaking on the substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman yield. I noticed
course.
one other thing in the substitute, if I have the right one, the religious holiday. What does, I mean, is that?
Think about if you and I have a franchise, or I'm the franchisor and you're the franchisee, I sell my business.
Right.
A new company comes in. If you don't want to be open on Sunday, and that was part of the agreement, I can't come in and then require you to be open on Sunday. It's a or if you have another religious holiday or a day that's important to you, that's a religious holiday, a day of observation, then I can't come in and mandate if the agreement, I can't force you to enter into a new agreement to make you be open on a day that you hold as a religious holiday.
It appears that all that was included. It looks to me, the way I look at this, is just, it focuses really on the religious holiday.
It really focuses on the religious holiday.
Thank you.
Much for the body's adoption of the substitute. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded vote 105 ayes, 0 nays. Substitute has been adopted. Representative Robbins.
And I'm expecting a substitute.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Representative Blackshear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. I do have an amendment for this. I don't have a. All right, replace line 36 on page 2 with the following. Chapter 9 of Title 28, Code of 1975, or Chapter 15 of Title 34, Code of 1975. Replace lines 48 on page 2 with the following. Chapter 9 of Title 28, Code of Alabama 1975, or Chapter 15 of Title 34, Code of Alabama 1975. Replace lines 67 through 68 on page 3 with the following. C, subsection B, does not apply, and a franchisor is not prohibited from enforcing a religious operation day requirement when 1, the original franchise agreement or franchise agreement then in effect conspicuously provides for operation on a day that imposes a.
That's a friendly amendment.
Okay, you heard the gentleman's explanation of the amendment. He sees it as a friendly amendment. Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Mm-mm.
Thank you, Mrs. Speaker. Tell me what you're doing, please.
So you're very astute to things. So let's play along without saying the name.
Oh,
There's somewhere that you can get really good food, right? That sometimes potentially only operates Monday through Saturdays. That needs to make sure they can protect their values and their organization and agreements they already have in place with their proprietors or franchisees.
go back.
Hmm?
Started at the franchise.
So if you have an agreement that's already in place today.
It's already in place.
That says you will be open Monday through Saturdays, no
Right.
matter what.
Okay, and I know the name of the company.
Yes,
I
that's
I
it.
know the name of one company.
Is it? Yeah. That's it.
And so you were saying presently we can't do that?
President, they have all of their individual agreements or individual contracts, franchisee agreements.
So if they're individual,
This just protects them. They don't have to go back and redo every one of them and all of a sudden
I
be forced to
see.
be open on Sundays.
I-
They can withhold what they already have in place.
thank you.
The gentleman sees it as a friendly amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 105 ayes, 0 nays. Substitute has been adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thanks, the gentleman.
With that, I move for final passage of the substitute amended.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van.
Just trying to get the straight of the amendment, but I guess, okay. Help me understand this bill. I was trying to catch what Blackshear was saying, and I caught the business. But help me understand what this does, since we started getting so in depth in the conversation and delivery.
So if you are a franchisee and you enter into an agreement with a franchisor and you have an agreement in place, that agreement dictates. So the contract can't, if you agreed you will not be open on a religious holiday for you as the franchisee and the franchisor agreed, then that's the contract. That a franchisor, if it sold out and a new company bought that entity, they then, as the franchisor, cannot force you to violate what would be a religious observance, even though it's already contractually that you did that. The only way they could ever do that would be as if the contract came back up for renewal. So A franchisor, after you have an agreement, can't come back and say, no, I don't care that you don't want to be open on Sunday, or that you want to celebrate Yom
Are we
Kippur or
doing
any
this for
day.
one particular franchisee? I know the company that doesn't, there's only one company that has the religious preferences on a Sunday. So are we doing this specifically for that franchisee?
I can't speak to that. I can just say that I was told about the bill, thought it made sense that once you have a contract in place, you shouldn't be forced to have to amend that contract to violate your religious beliefs.
How did the religious portion come into play? I guess that's what was throwing me. Y'all have wiped me out. It takes a lot to wipe me out. I'm serious, but this hocus pocus that's going on around here, it has just gone. Oh, Lord Jesus, help me. Father, keep me near the cross. Okay. Oh, what did you say? Read. I cannot believe you just said that. You better be glad it didn't pick up on the mic. But listen, wait a minute. I'm gonna give you. Oh, sales. I'm gonna get you sales. I got something for you on that one. Okay, so have we had instances where this has happened or there was an attempt to do this?
I believe there was an instance. So what happens is sometimes if you're a franchisor, a hedge fund or a group of investors will come in and buy that entity, that name.
Yes.
And then they will own, have all those franchise agreements. And then to make more money, they will then try to renegotiate or force franchisees to be open more, to squeeze, basically to make more money out of it. And
Okay,
so it has happened.
Because see, there are like two major franchises that do not open on Sundays. You have the Chick-fil-A's and you have the Hobby Lobbies. Hobby Lobbies, I think, are closed on Sundays as well. So this would have the same effect for a Hobby Lobby because...
Yeah, let's just use that as an example, Hobby Lobby. If a Hobby Lobby, as the corporate entity, sold to ABC Corporation, ABC Corporation, if every Hobby Lobby had a separate and distinct franchise agreement with Hobby Lobby, now ABC Corporation owns the Hobby Lobby Corporation. They then couldn't come in and say, hey, Hobby Lobby, like the one in Sylacauga, they couldn't say, hey, now you've got to be open on on Sunday.
Yeah, but I don't think, now, I know the other one is because of religious preferences. I think Hobby Lobby just doesn't open on Sundays. I know it's not. Listen, they didn't care about working people during the COVID or nothing, so I don't think nothing about Hobby Lobby is religious. But I love Hobby Lobby, though. So don't y'all put that in the paper. I love Hobby Lobby. Ooh. I'm an artist. So I have to love anything that has any type of artistry and all of that stuff. Okay, well, I got it now. I just wanted to get the clarity on it to see if I didn't know it had been an issue, but just to get, because I was really trying to understand Blackshear's amendment, the way because you got to watch Blackshear. Blackshear is slicker than a can of oil. You hear me? He's slicker than a can of oil. So you have to watch him sometime. He's a straight hustler. But with that being said, thank you for the opportunity.
Question for the body is passage of SB 138. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 101 ayes, 0 nays. SB 138 has passed. Clerk, call the next bill.
Thank you, Speaker.
On page 20 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 63 with substitute by Senator Orr relating to health insurance.
Senator Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is SB 63, regulates AI use and health benefit plans. Over 25 states have passed AI regulations for health benefit plans. This takes the more narrow approach of Nebraska, Texas, and Maryland. Decisions must be based on a medical necessity, the history, unique circumstances, and specific information about a patient. Requires annual certification, disclosures, and an attestation. The Department of Insurance enforces it with 30 days notice. I would move to adopt the committee sub.
That is questions to adopt the sub. Clerk on lock machine, the members will vote. Clerk will lock machine, record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. Substitute has been adopted. Mr. Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We do have an amendment from the Insurance Department.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment 2, Senate Bill 63 by Representative Shaw.
Representative Shaw, explain your amendment, please.
Yes, sir. This puts a little more teeth and a little more specifics on how the Insurance Department will regulate it. It includes a $5,000 fine, a suspension or revocation of their certificate to do business as an insurance provider, and it also includes reimbursement of the expenses to the department for investigation or enforcement. So,
The Attorney General's explanation of the amendment. Clerk on lock machine, the members will vote. Clerk will lock machine, record the vote. 104 ayes, 0 nays. The amendment has been adopted. Representative Shaw.
thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move for final passage.
That is questions. Final passage of SB 63 as substituted. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. SB 63 has passed as substituted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the body.
Thank the gentleman. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 25 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 287, with substitute by Senator Hatcher, relating to alcoholic beverages.
Representative Hassel.
This is SB 287, and what this bill does, it makes the updates to Alabama alcohol and retail licensing laws, mainly focuses on importing alcoholic beverages and expanding licensing options for certain retailers. Also clean up outdated and duplicated language in this code. That's the explanation of the bill. I asked for the BR.
Okay, I'm showing a substitute. We no longer have a BIR. It has, the budgets have been transferred, so there's no longer a BIR.
Okay, I asked for final passage. I don't have a.
Okay, the question for the body is the adoption of the substitute. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote.
Oh, yeah.
Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 91 ayes, 9 nays. Substitute has been adopted.
No, I asked for final passage.
That is questions final passage of SB 287. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 79, 17 nays. SB 287 as substitute is passed.
All right, thank you for speaking about it.
Thanks, the gentleman. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 32 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 342 by Senator Chambliss, relating to education.
The Speaker, move to carry over.
All in favor say aye. Bill has been carried over. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 27 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 325 by Senator Singleton, relating to the Department of Commerce.
Chairman Witt, you're recognized.
Thank you. Members, this bill, the same House bill passed. This has to do with AIDT. With that, I ask for final passage.
This question's final passage of SB 325. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 94 ayes, 5 nays. SB 325 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Speaker.
Thank the gentleman. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 17 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 24, with substitute by Senator Coleman Madison, relating to voting rights.
Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Senate Bill number 24 deals with process to require the boards of pardons and parole to post procedures and an application form for individuals that are requesting restorations of their voting rights. And they will have, who've lost their voting rights. And that will require the Board of Pardons and Parole to post it on the website. The names, it indicates in the bill the names, but we do have an amendment that is coming that will take the individual's name out and use the ID number. Mr. Speaker, if there are no questions, I Move for passage.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery, President Ensler.
I'm sorry.
Thank
Have
you,
a
Mr. Speaker.
committee sub. I'm sorry. Okay, yes.
We yield.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to briefly thank you and Senator Coleman Madison for bringing this. I can't tell you how many people in the community ask. They don't know what the process is. They don't know if their voting rights have been restored. So this just helps make it more transparent. It will help so many people with their fundamental constitutional rights. So thank you. This is such a good bill and really grateful you're bringing it.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the lady from Mobile, Representative Clark.
I think I'm supposed to, Mr. Speaker, I do have this committee sub. I just did.
Representative Clark, are you? Oh, okay.
He has an amendment to this sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I took another route. Will the gentlelady yield?
Yes.
Representative Hall, I'd also like to thank you and Senator Coleman Madison for bringing this legislation. And I have an amendment, Mr. Speaker.
I haven't offered the sub yet, so I need to offer the sub.
After we adopt the sub.
Mr. Speaker, offering the sub. Sub for Senate Bill 24. Yes, sir.
Okay, so Ms. Clark, you understand, we're adopting the sub first, please. Okay. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote, 999, 0 nays, substitute has been adopted.
Thank
Okay. Representative Clark?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment 2, Senate Bill 24 by Representative Clark.
And so there was some concern about protecting the privacy of people whose names would be on the website. And so instead of listing individuals by name, instead their numbers, their Alabama institutional serial numbers would be listed. And so we will replace line 14 on page 1 with the following: website, the Alabama institutional serial, in parens AIS, number of paroles and probationers who's voting. And then replace line 36 on page 2 with the following: the board's website, the Alabama institutional serial, in parens AIS, number of each individual who is a. And then replace lines 39 through 43 on page 2 with the following, and it would simply be the section number 15-22-36.1 and if and.
It's a friendly amendment, Mr. Speaker. I move the adoption.
Okay, the lady sees it as a friendly amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 87 ayes, 0 nays. The amendment has been adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks, the body.
Representative Hall.
Thank you. If there are no further questions, Mr. Speaker, I move for final passage.
Yes, ma'am. I think it is the question's final passage of SB 24 is amended. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote, 78 ayes, 3 nays. SB 24 has passed as amended.
Thank you.
Thank the lady. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 13 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 272, whiz substitute by Senator Orr, relating to open records.
Representative Holt Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the Alabama Securities Commission and Senator Orr, this bill, SB 272, updates the Alabama Open Records Act, specifically regarding wire fraud protection, requiring that the custodian of public records black out or remove sensitive financial and personal information for public records requests. And the second item would be solicitation protection, prohibits anyone who obtains personal information through a public records request from a school board from using that data to solicit individuals or entities for sales or services. If there are no questions, I request final passage.
Okay, I'm showing a substitute.
Yes, sir, that is the sub.
That is it. It's a question. You heard the lady's explanation of the substitute. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded vote, 105 ayes, 0 nays. Substitute has been adopted.
Thank you, Body. Thank you.
Representative Holt Jones. Final passage.
Final passage, please.
Yes, ma'am. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded vote, 105 ayes, 0 nays. SB 271, that substitute has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 16 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 282 by Senator Singleton, relating to manufactured homes.
Representative Myrick, you're recognized.
So this is a bill we passed in the House a few weeks ago, and I asked for final passage.
As the question is final passage of SB 282, clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote, 102 ayes, 0 nays. SB 282 has passed.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank the lady. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 15 of the calendar, Senate Bill 85 by Senator Stutz, relating to veterinary medicine.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill was presented by the Alabama Veterinarian Association. It redefines what a client veterinarian relationship is, and it sets up changes some regulations or some wording to allow them to do telemedicine. With that, I ask for final passage.
As the question is final passage of SB 85, clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 105 ayes, 0 nays. SB 85 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 17 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 289 by Senator Singleton, relating to the Growing Alabama Act.
Pro Tem Pringle, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill will allow sites owned by one or more local economic development organizations to qualify for Growing Alabama tax credits if funding for all parties is listed on the deed of their eligible applicants. For that, I move final passage.
That's questions final passage of 289. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 98 ayes, 3 nays. SB 289 has passed. You recognize the gentleman from Houston, Chairman Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to remind our caucus that we're going to have a short meeting in room 200 immediately after this. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Clerk, call next bill.
Well, on page 21 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 107 by Senator Figures, relating to the Alabama Board of Funeral Services.
Representative?
I was just waiting to be recognized. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this bill is for the Board of Funeral Services. So back in 2023, the regulation of pre-need funeral and cemetery services was transferred from the Department of Insurance to the Alabama Board of Funeral Services. This just consolidated the pre-need funeral regulations and cleaned up some language.
We got 14.
Speaker, I ask for final passage.
Thank you. You recognize the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van.
I have 10 minutes. If it take me 20 to get here, I still get 10 when I get up here. Listen, thank you for bringing, oh, this Senator Figures. How you get this bill?
I was asked.
Well, thank you for bringing the bill. I've gotten so many calls, and I just had to come up here because I had a call as late as this morning from one of our good funeral home directors in Birmingham, or Lillian Kate Bushelon, one of the most storied, comes from a very storied family in Birmingham, and so I had to come to the microphone because she and others have been advocating. They've been all in Washington, everywhere in the last year, relative to this bill as well as some other legislation. And so she has called me several times, and I wanted to make sure that I came to the microphone and acknowledge so, and prayerfully the bill will get out. But I want to thank them for their efforts to move this piece of legislation along the way. So thank you for carrying the bill.
Well, thank
Senate
you.
Bill 107. Our Lillian Kate Bushelon Funeral Home. Thank you.
Here, thanks, lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery, Representative Ingram.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Explain to me what this bill does. I know that funeral homes have an exclusive on a lot of things, and just tell me what this regulation changes or what this bill changes.
So what they're trying to do is when they migrated from the, let's see, where was it? It went from the, it transferred from the Alabama Department of Insurance over to the Alabama Board of Funeral Services. What it did was it consolidated the pre-need and at-need funeral regulation into one agency. And so what it's trying to do is save those, prevent more accountability from the bad actors, and they're not being able to charge enough for their fee structure for their business license. And so what they're doing is trying to raise it from $350 up to $500 so they can allow more opportunity to go after those bad actors with the pre-needs because they've
So
been
it just
taking
kind of
advantage
limits
some.
the playing field. It just consolidates more of the people in the funeral home.
Correct.
So it makes it the prices go up when
No,
somebody.
it does not make the prices go up. So that's what they're wanting to avoid is being able to charge more for a business license so they can pay to have these inspectors come in and look at all these pre-needs and everything to make sure people are not getting to take advantage of.
So it doesn't limit new people. It limits new people coming in. Competition, I guess, doesn't it? Or no?
I don't see
It
so.
doesn't?
No.
Okay. All right. I don't totally understand it, but it kind of caught me off guard because I was so busy on other stuff. But no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Henry, Representative Ream.
Thank you for recognition, Mr. Speaker. Representative Parker, explain the fee one more time, the fee increase.
So right now, their business license is $350. It would allow it to go up to $1,000, but that was taken out in the Senate and they dropped it down to $500. So the max that they can charge is $500 for the business license fee. And so this would allow them to have that flexibility to go up from $350 to $500 if they need to in order to obtain more money to pay these inspectors to go in to ensure that there is not any sketchy things going on, to provide more accountability.
So the industry is paying for their own maintenance.
Correct. That's what they're wanting to do. This does not go on the individual person who is paying for a service.
Why, it seems like there's a flexibility, you're saying like, it could go up to 500? Who's
It
making that-
allows them, yes, but the 500 is the cap. They cannot charge more.
Who's making that decision about what that is?
That would be the Board of Funeral Services, and I have spoken with all of mine funeral homes. They're all on board, and from what I understand, there's about 95% in the state that are on board with wanting to make this change to provide more accountability and safeguards for the pre-needs.
Representative Parks, thank you for answering my questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Absolutely.
Chair recognizes the lady from Mobile, Representative Wilcox.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to explain to the body that the reason why the fees are due to be increased is that some of these contracts can go over a period of 30 years.
Correct.
So they've got to audit each year and make sure that the funds are there when the family needs it. So that's why it's not just audit them once. It's auditing some of them for 30 years. They have to go in and make sure that the money is where it's supposed to be.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Here, thanks, lady. You're recognized as the gentleman from Jefferson, representing Sellers.
You know, I'm supportive of this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm supportive of this bill, but this is just one dead situation.
No. Chair recognizes the lady from Mobile, Representative Drummond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
It might be a dead situation, but it's time for those that are burying the dead to be accountable.
Yes,
Because
ma'am.
we've had too many situations of bad actors that are giving a time that should be sacred with respect and make sure that families who are in vulnerable positions are getting the very best that they can. So I thank you for bringing this bill.
Yes, ma'am.
And may the dead be buried with respect.
Well, and I appreciate your work on it.
Thank
So
you.
thank you.
Question for the body is passage of SB 107. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 80 ayes, 13 nays. SB 107 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body.
Clerk, call next bill.
On page 20 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 270 by Senator Bell relating to electric utilities.
Representative Rafferty.
All right, thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill deals with the data centers. This ensures that the PSC, when examining a contract between a utility and a large load data center in the public interest, that they take certain things into account, including that the contract will provide for the recovery from the data center of all incremental costs that are attributable to the data center, and that the contract will promote positive benefits for the other utility customers. I do have a floor amendment, but in the meantime, I'll ask for the BIR. Are we done with BIR?
Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment
All
2,
right.
Senate Bill number 270 by Representative Rafferty.
Yeah, what's your amendment, Representative Rafferty?
All right. So what this does is amendment incorporates the same parcel-based peak demand terminology that the House version already passed in HB 403 and makes sure that the definitions match the PSC receives clearer, more consistent language that reflects how large load electric service contracts are actually structured in practice. There's two specific small wording adjustments that are included for clarity in the PSC's application of the standard, changing will to expected to, because PSC evaluates these contracts based on what the contract is reasonably expected to accomplish over its term, rather than the outcomes. We remove all simply because it keeps the benefits test workable in practice, as positive benefits can reach different customer classes in different ways depending on the usage and rate structure. So I would ask for the approval of the amendment.
Okay, you heard the gentleman's explanation of the amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 104 ayes, 0 nays. The amendment has been adopted. Representative Rafferty.
All right, without further ado, I'd like to ask for final passage as amended.
That is the question's final pass as amended. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 100 ayes, 0 nays. SB 270 as amended has passed.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members.
Mr. Clerk's call the next bill on the calendar.
On page 11 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 173 by Senator Bell relating to crimes and offenses.
Representative Branyard, you're recognized.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this has to do with Protection from Abuse Act orders that are being violated within a city and then being sent to city court. If these were issued by a district court judge or circuit court judge, we in the city court have no idea about that case and don't know what, the underpinnings of the order were. So what this bill does is say that all PFA violations occurring in the city would go to the district court. That's all it does. With that, I ask for the vote.
As question passive, SB 173. Okay, I'm seeing a sub now.
Oh, I don't know anything about the sub. All the sub does is say this subsection shall not apply to violations arising from a domestic violence protection order issued by a municipal court. So if we issue it in the municipal court, then we'll hear it. But if it's issued by the circuit court or district court, it'll go to the district court.
Okay, you've heard the gentleman's explanation of the substitute. Clerk will lock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote, 102 ayes, 0 nays. Substitute has been adopted.
Thank you, members. Thank you, Speaker.
Final passage.
Final passage.
Clerk will unlock the machine, the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 97 ayes, 0 nays. SB 173 as substitute is passed.
Thank you, members.
Thank the gentleman. Mr. Clerk, let's pull House Bill 220 out of the basket, please.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, the Senate has amended as therein shown and as amended has passed the following House bill and returned same herewith to the House of Representatives. House Bill number 220 relating to multi-member boards, signed Patrick Harris, Secretary.
Mr. Pro Tem, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the bill that allows the Speaker and the Pro Tem and the Governor to remove people they appoint from boards. The Senate just added in the majority and minority leaders as part of that group, and it exempted the State Port Authority, the Ethics Commission, and all 2- and 4-year college boards of directors. Matt, I move to concur.
That is questions. Concurrence. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote, 105 ayes, 0 nays. HB 220 has been concurred. Representative Robinson, your notice for a moment of personal privilege.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to suspend the rules for a time-sensitive resolution, please.
All those in favor say aye.
Thank you. Get the clerk. Could you please read it?
Clerk receive the resolution.
Whereas we take great pride and pleasure in honoring the distinguished life and legacy of Barbara Curry Story, a courageous trailblazer whose strength and perseverance helped shape the course of history in the state of Alabama. And whereas Barbara Curry Story, born Barbara Crook on November 24th, 1941 in Ohatchee, Alabama, was raised during segregation and overcame significant barriers through determination and a strong commitment to education and opportunity. And whereas in the fall of 1965, at the height of the civil rights movement and during the final years of Jim Crow, she made history as the first African-American student to attend Jacksonville State University. And whereas after growing up and attending school in Alabama, she spent 5 years in New York before returning home as a young single mother determined to build a better future for her child. She enrolled at Jacksonville State University and commuted daily under difficult and often intimidating circumstances, remaining resolute in her pursuit of higher education. And whereas upon entering Engle Hall, For her first class, she was met not with public protest, but with silence and isolation. Nevertheless, through quiet strength, she forged connections, earned respect among her peers, and ultimately found a sense of belonging within the campus community. And whereas under the mentorship of future university president, Dr. Theron Montgomery, she excelled academically, and in 1969 earned a Bachelor of Science in Education with a concentration in vocational home economics. And whereas immediately following her graduation, she became a distinguished and impactful career with Alabama Power, where she served for over 3 decades, breaking barriers as one of the first women of color in technical and advisory roles, and contributing meaningfully to her profession and community. And whereas beyond her professional accomplishments, she was a devoted mother to her children, Starla and Joseph, the beloved wife of civil rights leader Henry Curry for 23 years, and later, the cherished wife of Roger Story for 5 years. And whereas her legacy was rightfully commemorated through the dedication of a historic marker at Jacksonville State University on February 1st, 2023, ensuring that her courage and contributions will never be forgotten and will continue to inspire generations to come. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the Legislature of Alabama that we are privileged to honor the enduring life and legacy of Barbara Curry Story, and this resolution is offered in highest tribute and deepest appreciation.
Mr. Speaker, if there's no objections, I'd like to open it up for
Okay.
co-sponsors.
Let's move for adoption. All in favor say aye. Opposed, it is adopted. Anybody opposed to being a co-sponsor?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, body.
Mr. Clerk, let's go back to the basket and pull HB 178, please.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, the Senate has amended as therein shown and as amended has passed the following House bill and returned same herewith to the House of Representatives. House Bill number 178, relating to public K-12 education. Signed, Patrick Harris, Secretary.
Chairman Garrett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So you recall we had a bill that would allow for cities to consolidate school districts. Representative Collins has a bill that would allow counties to do that. This is a language change that would mirror what's in Representative Collins' bill. The original bill would allow, on the consolidation of city school boards, would abolish a board. This would allow the city school boards to combine. So we think it's a good amendment. We concur with this.
Okay, heard the gentleman's request. He wishes to concur. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 104 ayes, 0 nays. HB 178 has been concurred.
Thank you, members.
Thank the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Pro Tem Pringle.
We made that the journal's open, right? Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind everybody tomorrow is bow tie day, and Representative Bracy will be here early. He'll have bow ties in his office, and he'll have bow ties there. So with that, having agreed to meet tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
We got the sign and die party tonight.
Yes, we have a sign and die party tonight at the Country Club starting at 5 o'clock.
5:30.
5:30.
You can get there at 5 o'clock if you want to, but it starts at 5:30.
Is the beer ready? All right. Don't forget the sign and die party tonight. And with that, I move the House stand in adjournment.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? We are adjourned. You too.